Good. Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. How is everyone doing today? What is everyone up to? What's up, y'all? What's up? How's it going? Welcome on in, Echo. How you doing today, Bard? What's up? Ooh, the Gram's doing good for you. That's awesome. Welcome on in, Redacted. How you doing, Cardi? Hello, Iron. Thigh Matt, hello to you as well. Hi, Jolly. What's up, Tal? Good to see you, Valley. Hey, Warlord. K Wheeler, thanks for the follow. Hey, Simon. Hey, Blue. Welcome on back, both of you. How goes the day? Heck yeah. Guess what? Chicken butt? I don't know. Pufferfish? Is that what I was guessing? Was I supposed to guess a pufferfish? Yep. Hey, moderator. The infinite Melic grind. Melic grind? Huh. Relic grind? Hey, Confused. How you doing today? Twitch is actually behaving today? Wild. Insane. Can't believe it. You thought everyone was gonna switch playing that boring solitaire the spire game? Oh, I absolutely love that game, but I'll play it another time. I like me my Warframes. Been doing well. Relics with dinos all day. Ooh, fun. We do love the dinos around here. Yes. Hey, Tazzy, how you doing today? Messed around with Vobin last night. Yeah, you get it. It wasn't big on touch up until yesterday. Yeah, it's always one of those things where you got to give it a try, right? Looked at Sight recently. No one uses them. Sight's actually incredible. I just don't really use Sight. I'm not a big fan of invis frames, personally. It's nothing against invis frames, just not for me. Excited for Foley? Very excited. Hey, PK, how you doing? Spy? Oh, no. Soulframe Day. You're stuck on the search on mountain looking for a waterfall. I have no idea. I'm sorry. All right, we got room for one for our Steel Meridian dailies. Limbo IX, no. Right now it's who is it right now? Vobin and Atlas. Hey, Wari, how you doing? Okay, relic grinding today. That's the plan. Well, first we're gonna do our dailies, and then we're gonna do some relic grinding. So who would like to join us for our Steel Meridian dailies? Got room for one. Otherwise, we'll just go the three of us. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. How you doing today, moderator? What's up? For flat makes sense. Spend all your limbo relics today. No peace. Rip. Don't farm corrupted hollow keys on endurance missions because only the first rotation gives the keys. Yes, that's correct. You go in, just do it quick, pop out, get your stuff. Hey, Plex. Decided to try doing a Kotal Lich when you actually mean instead of stabbing random BCs and getting confused. Ah, well, I believe in you. You joined, but you swamped with art? Well, no worries. We'll just go the three of us. Let's get the spy out of the way now, Cardi, so we don't have to worry about it. Yeah, so with endurance missions, the only real time to do endurance missions in Voidstorm is when you're trying to farm the ambassador, and I think it's just the ambassador. It's the survival for 20 minutes, I think it is. Why are Warframes so hard to draw? Because there's so many little finicky details on them. We got so many little weird details. Nothing in here. Nothing over there. I assume Echo has done the searchy search on this side. Yeah, nothing there. Gruda's arm blades make it hard to shove her in outfits. It is true. Giant swords going backwards on your arms would make it difficult to fit into clothing. Intrinsic farming is an endless void storm. It's pretty nice too. Yeah, but if you're just going for the void traces, or not the void traces, sorry, the hollow keys. That's sort of the context of what we were talking about there. Be listening, but you have to head to work? No worries. I appreciate you coming by nonetheless. I hope that work is nice and easy. Cora Blueprint relics. Simon, if you join into a squad later, I will take a look to see if I have any. Hey, Tech, how you doing? Yeah, they're the slide animation for them is they leave behind parts. What you up to today? Tech Noir and Hey Fatale, how you doing today? Welcome on in. Nothing over here. The Kodomoto, it is a fun weapon, that's for certain. Cardi, you got that one up there? Or Echo, I should say. Wait, are we all just sitting in this room together? No, I don't have a video out for it because it has a word in it that YouTube does not like. So I had to remove the... Yep, that's the word. So it just didn't... I had to take it down, unfortunately. Try and figure out how to move more mods in your filled Felerax. Do you have Forma, or have you put an Orkan Reactant Catalyst into it? Those are kind of the ways to do that. Cardi, I'm assuming you're working away at C over there. Don't forget to double check inside of the spy rooms. There's some in there.
We cannot let enemy command know we're here. Eliminate everyone.
7 form on the bad boy and a potato. Whoa. And you're still having problems getting mods on there? Sheesh. The big thing with it is, just, you know, if you can, instead of using some prime mods, use regular mods or use 60/60s rather than the 90% damage mods and things like that. That's always part of the fun of build crafting, at least it is for me, is making sort of those decisions to try to optimize your build is always fun. DM you the build? Yeah, sure, send it on in. I'll take a look at it when I get the chance. Yo, Ada. How you doing? Whee! See, Cardi, easy spy, easy day. What's the worst build that still works? I don't know. There's a lot of really bad builds that still work. That's kind of the fun of Warframe, right? How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Is it just you or is the stream skip for a second? I'm not seeing anything on the back end, so it's probably you. Okay, that was the music. Beam versus grenade pile, linking your personal build? Yeah, feel free to, Evan. Always happy to take a look. A Stug only run? I've done that a few times. I've done Stug onlys. Years ago, though. It was a long time ago, to be fair. But I have done it. Probably mobile data? Yeah, you can. I stream in 2K, so Fatality, you may want to just drop the stream there.
Birthplace of some of the most dangerous courier to date. Knock it out of commission.
Okay, nothing back in this one. Let's see, what do we got over here? No candy there. What's the percentage? I'm not certain. Hey, Sleepy, how you doing? Like in a round? Do you mean just like Wukong's, like, the staff build? It's really good, actually. Wukong is one of those frames that just kind of does it all. He's really, really good. 4x4 Wukongs? Oh no. That's what we call monkey business. We could make Okay, new plan. Really, what we do is we make a squad of 4 Wukongs, all with Bright Bonnet, and we call it monkeys jumping on the bed. Duration, strength, and range. You want to have a decent chunk of range on Vauban these days, because just all of his abilities like range. More of his abilities scale significantly better with range, with strength now, so you don't need a ton of strength. But if you take a look at my Vauban build on the channel there, Aaron, just it's my pillage Vauban, not using his 4th ability. Baro's on fire this time. Baro's not the best this time, unfortunately.
Now start the pumps.
But it does happen from time to time. It's got a few good things, though. Just not, like, crazy good. Kill Baro? No, we love Baro. Baro, best boy.
Rainier must not stop.
Baro brings us prime mods. It's just a pinned comment there. Ada? I mean, like, the Godfa and the Supra are both good, and, like, the rest of the mods are, like, halfway decent. But it is much more of a niche Baro week this week. Stalker's equal chance for the weapons, is that true? That's a relatively new thing back with, Jade Shadows, where they improved the drop chance for some of his stuff. It was, for the longest time, Hate had, like, the lowest drop chance. It was, like, really rare. But now it's much more even there. Going for the Wraith of the Supra? So the one thing with the Wraith, K9, or Wheeler, keep in mind that the, Ignis Wraith is available from your dojo if you have a rank 10 dojo. So save your ducats if you're in a clan. Yeah, I love the Godfa. It's a really, really good weapon. It's got some really interesting tech to it as well. It's, oh, there is a candy up here somewhere. There you are. Come on, come on. You can do it. There you go. We got there. Now, where is this one? Oh. Just a crate. You're escaping from Windows? Congratulations. I'm gonna do that when I can afford to get a new SSD. Prime time was for charity, and the community hit the goal, so we have 3 times built form alert and both potatoes affinity this weekend. Oh, really? Is that happening this weekend? Oh, I didn't know that. That's super cool. So you might be lost? Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the problem with your honest tile set. That does kind of happen here. It is annoying. They usually don't hide candies in here, but it's always worth a double check. Switching to Linux is an interesting experience. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing from people. I'm really just kind of waiting to see what happens. Like, I want Steam OS before I really make the switch, if I'm going to be honest. Hey, Audice, how you doing? Have you done Void Raider? No, I've never done it. I've got the beacon for it, just never gotten around to doing it. You can get some interesting little cosmetic items in there, if I remember correctly. Doing well, fixing to go to the dispensary, big chillin', heck yeah. How's my day going? Not too shabby, just getting ourselves started here, hanging out, having a good time. Using Bazite, gotta say, gaming on Linux is pretty decent. Yeah, it's basically what everybody says, is like Bazite, Kashi, Nobara are all good choices. Baro was poop. Baro had a few good things, but yeah, it was not the best Baro. It was not his best showing today. Some games are just straight up unplayable. Yeah, that is kind of part of the problem, but I don't really play those games, so I don't really have that much of a concern. And at that point, I would just, if it was a major concern for me, I would just dual boot. You know? Run Windows on one hard drive, run Linux on another type situation. Having any problems with some games? Yeah, so some games that use certain anti-cheat systems can't work on Linux. Like Apex, I think Fortnite can't run on Linux. There's a number of different games that can't run on Linux. Bardo, you can actually check inside of Steam if your games run on Linux. Yeah. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run an ad every once in a while so that new people don't get pro ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, to sub to a turbo. Otherwise, I take. See you in a second. Almost 100K amateurs. Higher. You would do better. But yeah, in your Steam, you can actually sort by Steam Deck compatible games. Any game that's Steam Deck compatible is also Linux compatible, because Steam Deck runs off of Linux. Yeah. Wine library, you can still kind of launch every game. Yeah, exactly. Most games you can still run on Linux. Like Warframe runs perfectly on Linux, booting through Steam and whatnot. Where's the Zenos glyph at? I don't know. Great question. Yeah, anything that's on, like, that's owned by Valve will run through Linux pretty easily. Because Valve wants Steam Machine, you know? Mine. Hey, Andromeda. Yeah, most MMOs actually work on Linux, from what I know. What's my main? My main Warframe, I assume, is what you mean? I mean, I don't really have a main Warframe, but if I were to say that I have one, it would definitely be Nezha. Because I just kind of play whatever I feel like playing that day. But Nezha would definitely be the... what I would probably say is my main Warframe, that's for certain. I do love Nezha. He's very fun. He's very, very fun. All right, let's go find the rest of our tasty, tasty candies. There should be many more. There's one over there, apparently. Whee! Not there, at least. Reminiscent of Dishonored 1 and 2. Yeah, his kit's, is pretty fun. I'm just like, for me, like, Kulvo's really, really fun, but I'm not, like, a huge fan of one-trick pony frames, but also Kulvo's not really a one-trick pony frame. He's got some really interesting tech for doing, like, caster builds, and also, like, ranged weapon platform builds, oddly enough. But I just kind of don't play them a whole lot. We've got a number of builds for him on the channel already. I think I got 3 or 4. Possibly 6 or 7. Yo, Kane. How you doing? How was work today? Gotta be Nidus. You haven't used them for much lately, which makes you sad. Yeah, Nidus is one of those frames that, like, I would love to see get some love from the devs. Hey, Dark, how you been? And off we go. It was calm, so you went home early? Well, hopefully that's a good thing. Server issues recently, but that could just be internet issues as well. I haven't heard of anyone else having server issues yet so far today. I did just get started, so obviously we may have more people swinging in. Hopefully it's nothing drastic. Where are you? There. You're hungry, but you're too stubborn to clean some pans. Well, you should clean some pans. It's probably internet issues. I mean, that would be my guess, but also I did just get started, to be fair, so I guess as we go today, we shall see if there are any server issues happening. Hey, Judali, how you doing today? Okay, thank you. Okay. Don't you love it when your void sling just takes you out of the world every time you're trying to use it and you're just like, why does this keep happening to me? Isn't that just so much fun? And there's number 8. It's mine, Echo. Damn it. Yeah, recently Warframe servers having some problems. Okay, so apparently other people are saying that there are some server problems on Warframe today. There you go. Some lag. Well, lag isn't connected to that, Bardo. So if you're connecting into missions, that's a Warframe has a server for like a very few specific things, being chat. So the chat goes through a server to the person, and the relays have servers. If you're noticing lag inside of missions, that's Warframe operates off of peer-to-peer connection, so you're connecting to another player's computer to play the mission. So if you're having issues there, then that's probably due to internet connection or connection to that player. Is there a primed ammo mutation for rifles? Yes. Hey, Manuel, how you doing? What do the insignias do? These insignias that we're picking up in these missions, they're different. They go by different names depending on what faction, but you can turn them in for reputation to the respective group, and it's outside of your daily reputation maximum. Hey, May, how you doing? Okay, we got room for 2 for some Suda dailies. Anybody want to join us? We got room for 2. You got Zaku Prime in the oven? Heck yeah. Code Jade, what's your in-game name? Judali, there we go. Let me know when you're on in Judali. And Code Jade, what's your in-game name? Come on down to Funky Town. Gonna do relics later today? I mean, the title does say that we're going to do relicing, so I would assume so. I would assume so. Tuso. Still see message of the player who's logged out? Yes. Yes, I can. Give you 1 minute and you'll be there? All right, I guess. We'll take a look at Confused Phantoms Wukong. Ooh, I really like that, actually. I really like that cream color. Although the cream colors may be getting a little bit lost into the gold. This could just be Looklink doing some weird things here again. But maybe like a tone shift between the gold and the cream tan color there. How's the Valbin video going? I'm hoping to get it done this weekend. Ooh, blue, I love that. That's a good choice on the galaxy effect skin there. That looks like that is a lighting error with Looklink. Dolly, Judali, can you remind me what your in-game name is? For some reason you're not popping up here. Maybe I just need to back out of navigation here. There you are. I got you. Valkyr. I think I would brighten up some of the tones in your energy channels on this blue, just so that you can get more striations in the muscles and tones on her. Bring up just like one of them a little tiny bit. Oh, that's a really nice looking Baruch. I love that. Do love that. Okay, let's go do dailies. Defense. Ooh, ooh, ooh. 100 Forma? No, we're at 97. We'll be finishing it off today. We'll be finishing off the 100 Forma Neja today. Soon. Ba, 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 ba. Hey, Vork, how you doing? Yeah! It's always fun doing little challenges like that, you know what I mean? I'm slow on them, obviously, but they are fun. This one's always slow! Feed some Warframe Forma addiction this weekend? Yes. What are the bonuses this weekend again? It's Affinity Booster? Double Affinity? Hey Fenrir, how you doing? What you up to? Welcome on back. Doing good. How about me? I'm doing pretty dang swell. A little bit sleepy, but I'm doing okay. We're just hanging and vibing. Affinity booster, 3 Forma, 1 potato for frames, and 1 for weapons. Oh right, okay, okay. Yeah, I always I know Tal said earlier what they are, but I forgot. Coffee or energy drink guy? I prefer coffee. I find that like the advanced GG stuff is really tasty. For like, and I like those energy drinks, but I still generally prefer coffee personally. It's more of a flavor thing at that point for me though. What's Baro sending? You can check the pinned comment there, Gingers. I've already got my short out for all the things that Baro's got. I thought you'd be doing Soulframe today. Nah, we're doing some more Warframe. It's Baro day, so we're playing Warframe. Is be Baro, we be Warframing. Whee! Whee! Visage, how you doing? Can only get 13 Mirage relics? Oh no. Only 13. What goodie Baro has? Check the pinned comment. The short's just sitting there waiting for you. Yo, you follow me on Insta? Cool. Well, welcome on over. How you doing? Happy to have you. Nah, I don't really play Gauss. I gotta learn Gauss with the new deluxe skin coming. So I don't have a Gauss video out yet. Goose? No, sadly there's no goose. There's no geese. I'm not allowed to have them. They're weapons of mass destruction. Yeah. Illegal. Oh crap, there's a goose. No, no. They found out. Watch out for the goose. Goose inspection open up? No. You cannot inspect my goose. Blurp was down today, but appears to be working. Appears to be working. Can't wait for Foley. I'm very excited for Foley. Cooldown wasn't personal? No, it's for the goose? No, because then people just spam the goose. And it gets very hectic and my brain can't think good. Your internet's being mean today? Fight it. Challenge it to a duel for honor. The whole internet. I believe in you. You can take on the whole internet. It's just a series of tubes. How do you get more of the factions to give missions? You just need to have ranks up with them. I assume you mean the pledgeable syndicates. Is what you're talking about there, Sleepy? Rude, Brainy. Where have you been, Brainy? That's what you do? You haven't been here for days and you show up and you just drop a hey kiddo on me? I mean, I respect it, but also, what the hell? Thank you very much for the biddies there. Appreciate you. There we go. Defense down.
Time to get out of here.
Yeah, so Sleepy, what you do is you get one group up to maximum first. Then you switch to another group that it deals the least reputation damage to, right? So you get, the way that I have it set up is you get Cephalon Suda and Arbors of Hexus up to rank 5. And then you switch to Steel Meridian because Steel Meridian deals the least damage to the other two. And then you do dailies for Cephalon Suda and Steel Meridian every day while being pledged to Steel Meridian. And that allows you to maintain 4 reputation groups at a time. Mostly laying in bed with migraines recently, forgetting to take meds consistently. Okay, well that's not any good news, but I do hope that you are feeling better quickly as possible. Because I missed you being around. I hope you feel better ASAP. Ooh, candy. Primed is only the useful thing. You gotta take out the kind of shop. Yeah, it's, I mean, the weapons are also kind of nice, right? The Gotva and the Supra are definitely worth grabbing. But of course, if you already have them, then there's no reason for you to grab them. Well, I mean, you could actually grab some of the Gotva Primes for selling, because they actually do sell pretty well. When, obviously, they're not immediately after a rotation of Baro. All good now, thankfully, though? Oh, good to hear. Very good to hear. 3 hours until your Gyre Prime's done. Ooh, very fun. Where's the Vor speech? It's in the biddies. It's in there in the biddies section somewhere in the sound alerts.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Any candies over here? Nope. Hey.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Although everyone keeps missing the best sound alert, which is the Gamba sound alert. Can confirm that is the best sound alert that I own. Well, don't own, but I run. Oh no. Blue! You fell for it, Blue!
Area completed. Move on.
Thank you very much, Blue, for the biddies, and thank you for the hype train.
Proceed.
Appreciate y'all. Ah, the Gamba. Hey, Lonely, how you doing? Destroyed. To the Janus key. Called to me. Brought me here, and here I was reborn. Cannot blame these trespassers. Oh, wait, no. I always get this one mixed up. Hey, Missy, how you doing? Not the secrets of the void. Hold the Tenno. Come to scavenge and desecrate this sacred realm. Others, did I not tell of this day? Did I not prophesize this moment? Now I will stop them. Now I am changed. Reborn. No, not the lizards! I thought I could bait you away from the lizards with the Gamba. No, not the lizards. Come on. I thought I could bait you away from the lizards. With Rem. This is the corrupted Vor speech? Yeah. All 2 minutes and 16 seconds of it. Just one lizard? Oh, you're being very tame today, Blue. Some might call this personal growth. Thank you, Jester. Tenno are lost. They will resist. I, Vor, cleanse this place. Their impurities. This death is temporary. My existence is forever. It's 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Visage, very important. You're missing the 16 seconds. Did you hear lizard? You haven't heard a lizard yet, but you did hear me say that there is lizards. Do I like slam weapons? I've never been a big fan. Sorry, I have to pause the music for this because it's Rem and it's adorable. Wait. But it sounds fun! Who degenerate gambler means, but it sounds fun! Okay, we'll snooze this ad break while the hype train's going. Oh, there's the lizard. There you go. Now you heard the lizard. Lizard.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Lizard. 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 Oh no, who did another lizard?
There's a heavy
Brainy, no! Not you two! Honk. Thank you very much, Brainy and Blue, for the biddies there. If anybody else wants in on the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote. Help support the community, all that jazz. Anyone got those Bezo bucks lying around? Check your couch cushions for your Bezo bucks. Tal, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Jolly. That's very kind of you. Jolly, please make sure to say thank you to Tal. That was very, very generous of you. Appreciate it.
but we did it.
Are we at all 8 here? Yes. I appreciate you, Tal. You love Rem? I also love Rem. Rem is very cute. Rem is adorable. Saving the fellow Tenno from ads. We love saving fellow Tenno from ads. We love it.
Another job well
He's actually a level 1 slime. Just pulls himself back together. True and real. Yeah. He is just the slime making the land of Tempest. Yep. You don't need to be saved from ads. Ads need to be saved from you. I mean, to be fair, you do need to be saved from the mods so that you can start being unleashed with the Hawktua jokes. In case anyone's wondering, there's an ongoing bit in the community where Mustard's not allowed to make Hawktua jokes unless he's subbed. So there's been like this ongoing feud between a few people to make sure that the Mustard has a sub. It's over a year at this point, I think, Mustard. It's been a long time. And there it is. Blue got it this month. Unleash the Hawktua. You know what, Mustard? On this, the day of your summoning, you can have 5. You can have 5 Hawktuas today. All right? I know, I'm a generous god. A whole 5, Mustard. And then back to the basement with you. Gotta go farm those YouTube comments. That's like the burger joint? True! You seem muted after you gifted that? That's hilarious. How's it going, Riaz? Not too bad. How you doing? No longer a Hawktua, but a Hawk5a. Boo! Actually, that one was pretty good. Boo! What are we doing here? Just exterminate? Thank you very much, Blue Tal and Brainy and Blue
there's a heavy unit
for the hype train. Appreciate y'all. Thank you very much for supporting the community. I hope you all are doing well. Whee! Oh. Ooh, piece of candy. You're number 8? I love that. Number 8 and what? You haven't slept? Go sleep. You've been playing... Zed! Hi. Hi, Zed. How you doing? I missed you. I hope you're doing okay. Oh, Slay the Spire 2. Ah, yes. How's life going, Zat? Good to see you. Mods, can we get a shout out for Zat, please? And Ada and Hot Ice, although I think Hot Ice is already taken off, but you know, we're a little bit behind. Hi, Zat. Zat, are you coming to TunnelCon? Said your name, what's up? I was saying we need to get a shout out for Ada. We haven't been getting the shouties out just yet today. We're just getting started, okay? We're a little bit sleepy. Hope you're doing well, Zat. Always good to see you. We live on literal opposite sides of the planet, so it's always a little hard for us to catch each other. You never expect a shout out? No, no one should ever expect a shout out. But I still like to do it because we want to help the friendos grow, right? Gotta help out the homies. You've been a little preoccupied? Don't worry about it. Listen, like, you know, until the day that I can actually manage to pay the mods, y'all are just here helping, okay? You don't need to be too worried about any of that. Please, please do not stress. Hawk! Give him the Tua. All right. We got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. Roswell, how you doing? We gotta run a quick ad break every once in a while so that new people look at Baro ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, twist up to Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. You think Hot Ice dipped? That's okay. If they swing on back, we'll make sure to get them a shout out. Wait, you pay your mods? No, 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 no. I'm saying that I plan, if I ever get big enough, to pay my mods. I'm not at that point yet. The long-term goal is to be able to do that. You don't get ads now. Yay, Janali! Ain't Tal just the nicest, making sure you don't get ads anymore? Gee. Sheesh. You won't let him even pay you? Yeah, that's why I pay you in your subs. Echo, like, I keep trying to pay Echo, and Echo's like, no, I don't want your money, because Echo does some emotes for us. So. Pay your viewers instead? Listen, if I had that kind of money, I would. If I had that kind of money, I would figure out a way to do it. Sadly, I can only pay you in me being dumb on the internet for your enjoyment. LR test pushback? Oh, crap, where are we? 5 months, 22 days? Yeah, 5 months, 22 days. I don't know if that's the right number, but I'm gonna say that's the right number. You'll take entertainment over money any day of the week? I'm glad you think so, because that's all I can offer you. Orokin Reactor. I knew I had one of these. Catalyst? Like, I don't know why I keep building these. I don't need them. I've got like 11 of them. I've got so many. What am I doing with my life? All right, we're on to the final stretch here. Okay, you're an Umbral, you're an Umbral. So you need to get Omni'd, you need to get Omni'd, and you need to get Omni'd. Omni. Boop. You'll offer your Hildren sanity, though? Oh, I don't want that. There's not much there. There's not much sanity there, let's be real. Level 1 slime just pulls himself together. It's true and real. Why won't Baro give you the Aklex relic? Does Baro drop the Aklex relic? Aklex Prime. Are those Baro relics? They are Baro relics. You know what, Kyle? That's a great question. It's probably spite. I'm gonna guess it's just spite. Yeah, it's probably spite. I don't know what you did to piss off Baro, but probably spite. I got a Nezha? Yeah, I got a Nezha. Yeah, I've got one. Well, actually, I've got 3. But yeah, I've got one. What do you think of Clams Casino? I don't know what that is, so I don't know. Aiming for 100 on Nezha? Yes, I'm aiming for 100 as part of our Quest to Conquer Cancer stretch goals. We're going for 100. You're so out of form that you have more Umbrals than normal? What the heck? It's close. Your 6-year break made him mad? Kyle, what the heck? If you disappeared on your uncle for 6 years, you think your uncle would be happy to see? Wait, come on. I'm gonna get 98 formal on Nezha because I'm a psychopath. You see the builds? Yeah, I got 7 there. 6 in the one video and the 7th. No, not 6, 7. In the short there. All right, Toucan Prime. Oh my lord, you have sent a wall of text here, Toucan. Catabalist. Oh, so this must be you, Evan. So this is, Evan, correct me if I'm wrong, this is you playing for the main fire mode more than the reload, correct? What's your progenitor element on here? How dare you, Sleepy? 1k for my Neja when? If someone drops 1,000 gifted subs in a one bomb, I will put 1,000 Forma on Neja. Specifically built for Banshee? Alright. So Enervate to fuel your crit chance, barrel diffusion. Have you tried? It's magnetic progenitor? Okay. What do you got here? Cold status chance, multi-shot, multi-shots, multiplicative damage and status chance here, so that's pretty awesome. That's 5k. Maybe if you won the lottery. Yeah, that's why I'm like putting it into the insane level. Warframe looks someone out looks like someone out of Happy Wheels. What the hell is Happy Wheels? You mean you could give 1k subs? Hey, listen, if you give 1k subs, I will put 1,000 form on this Neja. The only thing I would say on here is because you're going for secondary Enervate, you don't really have any critical damage outside of critical mutation. And you only got one status element that's going to be playing into Elementalist, although the reload speed is nice. So if this was me, I would probably replace this with Target Cracker. But honestly, like, it's a 6 of one, half dozen another probably at the end of the day, right? Because this is giving you 300% critical damage, which is really, really going to be solid. I like going super hard into critical damage. So that's kind of my shtick. But with the amount of statuses here, because you got magnetic, you may want to switch out Hornet Strike. Double dips on the magnetic. Yeah, because the magnetic will shoot at electric. Yeah. But what I'm saying is you may want to switch out Hornet Strike for Galvanized Shot. 120, 180, or 120, 240, 360, 480 damage with the magnetic instead of Hornet Strike. But you may also be going this is for the more reliable reliable use of the damage. That's the only thing I would change here, really. Because you are getting 300% critical damage here for Pistol Elementalist, so it's like not that big of a deal of like where, depending on where you're wanting to go. But like I would probably switch this out for Galvanized Shot personally. But again, 6 of one, half dozen another at that point. Demolishers and Elementalist swapped out for a Bane and the weapon intended. Okay, so you swap it out for a Bane. Your Banshee build. Low duration. Okay, so I assume that you're just going to be spamming Pillage twice to 100% armor strip. But it's such a low duration that it'll easily come back quickly for almost instantaneous shield gating. Downrank Streamline and Fleeting Expertise so that you don't overcap. Archon Continuity means free energy from Companion. Firewalker just for more movement. Also another status primer for your, if you go Galvanized Shot. Vigorous Swap for the extra damage is really... This is like one of those things where it's really good if you micromanage quite well. 5 Tau Forge cast speed and Madurai sounds in the Madurai double cast speed sonar cast time down to useful enduring brief respite. Okay. The only thing I would say is depending on your energy supply problems, because you're running it with Madurai, and you do have 175 efficiency, so you shouldn't have any problems. But especially with how much you may be spamming Pillage in the build, I would say maybe switch out one of the cast speed shards for an Equilibrium shard. Like, that's what I would do, but at the end of the day, it's kind of like 6 of one, half dozen another. Why are you using the Worm, though? Because you get a free status cleanse out of Pillage. Is there a specific reason that you're using the Worm and not something else? Because you already get the passive status cleanse out of that. Pillage isn't what's being spammed? Okay. Yeah, I always spam Pillage because armor, regeneration, armor strip, all the goodies of it. So whenever I'm playing with Pillage, it's always constant spamming. Status chance, crit chance, multi-shot, nice. So that gets you above the 50 required for the thing. Elementalist, Blast. You know what might be good on here is Fired Up. Doesn't worm negate knockback? Yeah, it negates knockdowns, yeah. Because knockdowns count as a status effect. Elemental. So just running blast on it? Okay. Just a comfort pick, and that's totally fair. Yeah, 100%. Oh, cool. Okay, Nat, what you got? Oh my lord, another wall of text. Reason to watch your video. Smite over Firewalker. Radiation Primer. Smite instead of Firewalker. Okay, so one thing to keep in mind with Smite over Firewalker is it doesn't play into Divine Retribution's damage multiplier at all. So just keep that in mind. And it doesn't, like, Smite won't transfer damage through Divine Retribution. But of course, if enemies are put up on spikes, it makes it easier for, you know, the Smite to do its thing. The other thing I would say is there have been a bunch of people who have said that Arcane Impetus gets activated by Companion, by Companion's abilities. I haven't been able to make that consistent, just like as a heads up. But right here on your build, you're only getting 2, possibly 3. You know, you're getting not a whole lot of status effects out of your Neja, so you may want to think about that instead of Impetus something else. It's not like a major thing. The other thing I would say is you actually don't need duration on Neja. So you could actually remove this for more strength or more range. You don't really need this duration here. Tenet weapons and corrupted holokeys. Thoughts on tenet weapons and corrupted holokeys? In the context of what, Sparktron? Yeah, so I would say, like, you don't necessarily need this because none of this is really duration based. And in fact, you actually usually with Divine Spears want to run negative duration so that it activates the slam on its own without having to do anything. So that's just sort of an idea there for you. But otherwise, I like where you're going with this. It seems interesting. I would love to see how this plays out for damage wise. And if you got, like I said, if you got a Status Priming Companion to activate Arcane Impetus, because, like, I think the Hounds can do it, and I think the Dirigia can do it, and I think that's kind of it off the top of my head. Should be good, actually. Seems kind of cool. I think it works well. Also, the Smite works real well against Overguard. Yeah, Smite works incredibly well against Overguard. Along with Radiation Primer for Radiate. Ah, so that's your plan. I see. So you're putting people up on spikes, casting Smite on one. If the range is high enough, then Radiation will get spread into enough enemies to get you up to the 10 stacks so that you can do Secondary Radiate, and Secondary Radiate also transfers over the weapon status effects because they count as separate hits. So then you're going in with the heat stuff. Okay, I see where we're going. One thing that I would say here, though, is more range. I would drop this for more range instantaneously. Divine Retribution is how much range do you have? Your range is actually the damage stat for Divine Retribution in a way, right? More enemies up on spikes means more enemies hit by stuff, means more status effects being spread across, which means more damage from its trait. So like Neja is all range, all strength, with range being the priority. So like I would drop this for range, I would drop this for range as options for you. Umbral Intensify. You could also go, of course, Precision Intensify, because you should be at the damage cap for this guy with this strength with Molt augmented in. Should be? Wait, does Smite have a damage cap now that I've said that? Yes, it does. Yes? Yes. I think Smite has a damage cap. But yeah, this all sounds good. Yeah. That's the only thing I would say is just some more range on here. I like it. Seems kind of cool. A little bit of a twist on the weapon platform. Oh, Fenrir, I owe you a giveaway from birthday stream last week. Yeah, Rue, when are we doing that? Oh, there you are. I owe you a giveaway from the birthday stream, and I owe you an Avara Prime. You're working until 6? Oh, are we doing it tonight? Oh, alright, I'm game. Yeah, you do your thing. Don't worry, just let me know. We're chill. It's your mom's birthday today? Yo, word to your mom. When did Rue get here? Rue's been here the whole time. Oh, I don't want a platinum. I wanted ammo drums. Just notice Rue is here and hide. Rue's not here. Rue's never here, but Rue's always here. Rue is Schrodinger's Rue. Yep. So sorry, going back to you, Sparktron here. Sorry, we got distracted by taking a look at people's builds. Hello, mouse. Thank you. Computer, stop trying to take over my mouse. Thank you. Tenant weapons enjoyable farm from Sizzle Parvo's range or for Void Storm's melee. The Void Storm melee isn't too hard, right? Because you just farm relics at the same time, and then you end up with the corrupted hollow keys, and you just go pick them up when they're high, percentages at what's his face, right? So it's actually like pretty solidly easy, right? You go do Void Storms, gather up a bunch of keys. And then you just sit on the keys. You just check in every couple of days with Ergoglass. Be like, Ergoglass, what you got this week? And no, maybe, no, yes. Right? So like this week, you would grab the 10 Argentus. Because it's 60%. And then use an Elemental Vice to swap it to whatever element you want. And if you don't know what an Elemental Vice does, or if anyone doesn't know what an Elemental Vice does, there is a short there going over how they work and all that jazz. And Fenrir, thank you very much for that. Got you your giveaway there. Inbox message. What do we got? Margolis, all time to receive double affinity. Whee! Thanks, Margolis. Thanks, Mom. Easy way to farm his currency? Yeah, you just go into Railjack, you do Void Storm missions, so the relic missions here. It needs to be on Venus, Neptune, Pluto, or the Veil. Specifically, I believe it has to be Veil Corpus missions. And going in, like finishing the mission guarantees you some, like I think it's 2, you get guaranteed 2 every run. And then you also have a chance of getting extras as the mission reward. You get like, I think it's 2 extra in Venus, 4 extra in survival, 8 extra in Pluto, or not survival, Neptune, Pluto, and then 10 extra in skirmish. Or not skirmish, void. Sorry, I was looking at the mission title, not the mission location. My bad. Mod config for Gauss Prime here, Fenrir. What you got? Energized munitions, concentration to lock more duration into whatever you feel like, arcane aegis, fast deflection, so you're doing the aegis deflection trick on him. Yeah, the only thing I would say is maybe a rolling guard on here for like the rogue toxin procs, if that's something that you're concerned about. Which, because you're running arcane concentration, I would probably drop Augur Message. Because you're actually sitting at 360 here. So I'd probably drop Augur Message for Rolling Guard if you find that you're having problems with Toxin procs. The rest of that all looks fine. Ooh, cool looking Gauss. Ooh. That was also cool looking. You know, I'm not really ever a big fan of the Corpus skins, but I do like that. Wait, you can buy weapons from someone? Yeah, you can buy the Ergoglass Tenant weapons, which are the Tenant Melees and the Tenant Ferox. For corrupted hollow keys. Diva, I assume that's how you pronounce that. Thanks for your videos. Thanks for coming by. How you doing today? Ooh, that one looks cool too. Although I think I like the Corpus one the most. Fenrir. Judali, what you got? Nourish over 2. You can put it over 1 more for survival, but you tested it and you don't need it. Okay, Gauss. Yeah, Nourish over 2 is the classic spot. Energize. You probably don't need Energize here. Realistically speaking, you're not going to be doing a ton of casting here, unless of course well, you do have high range here, so maybe you are going to be doing some casting here. The only thing I would say is the thermal sunder augment, thermal transfer is really nice. Can the agendas hang out without weapon platform frames and EDA ETA? I mean, yes, technically speaking, but just like everything, having a weapon platform to boost it up makes it significantly better, right? It's a perfectly fine weapon. It's not like the greatest of the Tenant Melees. The greatest of the Tenant Melees goes to the, in my opinion at least, the Grigori. But it's certainly not a bad weapon by any means. It can go into Exilus. No, thermal transfer can't go into Exilus. But what you could do is drop Augur Reach, and then up here in your Exilus slot go Cunning Drift, so that will bring you to 160, so it's a little bit less range, and then instead put that here. You do need to be a little bit careful about your survivability, because you're really kind of only surviving through the passive and the Augur Mons. Which, you know, if you're okay with that, and you're okay with that, you may want to think about switching out Energized for Aegis and switching out Stretch for Archon Stretch. Because you got Nourish here. Nourish Energy Multiplier does work on energy per second sources, so you can do that. Hey Sam, how you doing today? Nourish over 2 for energy. Feel like you get rid of Transient for more duration and go red strength shards, but you're not certain. Yeah, you probably could go for some more duration than red strength shards. I think that's a pretty good call too. Yep. No fast deflection. Yeah, it's just more of a caster build here, right? Higher range. I mentioned that's why I said the Aegis option here. Running an Aegis would be a good choice. And, you know, if you aren't running, like, you could also run Augur mods on your pistols and then replace this with, fast deflection or whatever the Vigilante mod is. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. Ooh, I like that. Ultramarines, woo! And speed. Speed boost. It's a red rocket. Don't make the joke, chat. See you in a second. Here's your ads. Always struggling with your Saren build? Deva, if you want, you can just send it in. I'll take a look at it. I'll take a look. Ooh, I gotta stretch. Sam, you ever have one of those days where you forget to stretch for a few days and your body really reminds you that you should have stretched for a few days? That's what's happening to me. That's the Flash, but okay, listen. I have to make the joke. It's legally a part of my contract. Oh, my leg hurts so much. When you try to stretch your back, you pull your lower back. Man, we're old, Sam. We're old and broken, man. Oh. We're just two old men trying to play video games for a living. Use Torian Incarnate, never seen a man. What? Are you okay? Why is it every time with you? Do you have a Kuva's R build? I got a Zar build, but I don't know how good it is. Can I, hold on, can I do this? Yeah, okay. Oh no! Oh no! Kuva, Zar. I was trying to do that all by hand with not using my mouse. Oh no. No, why is it going to the swap? I was not there. There we go. How can you send your build? So you just shoot me a private message in game using that instructions there. And then you go up here and you click link config in chat. There's one for Warframes and there's also a version of it for linking your appearance if you want to show your fashion. Let me just take a second to see what I'm doing with this build. Yeah, something like that. Ammo mutation or vigilante supplies, and then I'm running Merciless here. Yeah. Would Bulwark be good? Yeah, just more damage. I like, the reason why I like Merciless is for the reload speed, because it's a single reload weapon. But if you're using it with something like this thing goes crazy on sight, for instance, because resupply, auto resupplying, so you never have to worry about your ammo economy. But yeah, Bulwark would go really well. Overcharge would go really well. Merciless goes very well. So that's kind of the three that I would go with personally. And then of course Heavy Cal so that the AoE gets spread out more. That type of stuff. The legend. What you got? Tetra. Crit chance, heat, multi-shot. Actually pretty solid. Right? Because this replaces a heat mod, so whee! I do find that this weapon isn't the best for Deadhead because it's got a lot of jiggle to it, right? with the firing mode, so I would maybe not run Deadhead here personally, but if you can land the headshots, ignore me. There is one mod on here that's really, really funny. It's an Exilus mod. It's for the Tetra specifically, that makes the bullets bounce around, which is just kind of hilarious. You know, you just get bouncing around all over the place with like high fire rate and stuff. It's just good time. Otherwise, what you have here looks great. Yeah, nothing to say. This is a really, really nice ribbon for the Tetra. This is quite nice. Deadheads for Hornell or a lot of different weapons, but I find specifically with the Tetra, it just has like the bullets aren't very accurate. So that's why I prefer to go for that. Even with the Deadheads increased accuracy or minus to your recoil specifically, I find that it's a little bit too wonky for me. Blessing for more health, so you're gonna be sitting at about 1500 1400 health ish. Arcane energized, so you actually don't need arcane energize here. I would just run equilibrium or purple shards, because this generates so many health orbs that you're never going to run out of energy. So you can instead go into more power strength, because if you get up to, I believe the number is 214% for Shield of Shadows to be at its maximum damage absorption capacity. So I would recommend getting multi-augmented or some more power strength on here in some variety. And a equilibrium, either equilibrium shards or equilibrium mod on here. I would probably replace Augur Reach with a little bit more strength, or sorry, a little higher range mod, so just like a stretch should do you really well. Because you're generally going to be surviving through your damage reduction, damage redirection, and your health orbs being generated by Desecrate. Hades resistance, so one thing to make note of is you are status immune as long as Shadows of the Dead is active. Because damage redirection sources will force the status effects go to other enemies, so you actually don't need Hideous resistance here at all. This is not going to be doing anything for you. If you do have it on here just so that you know, your Shield of Shadows, if it goes down or you run too far away, I understand. But it's not necessarily what you need here, in my opinion. But I would say probably a little bit more range, some more strength will do you really well on here. And, of course, Equilibrium or Equilibrium Shards. Necros Prime. Ooh, the Grack skin. Hey, Ace, how you doing today? What you up to? How's your day? Hope work was well. I don't know if you worked today. And if you didn't work today, I hope your morning's been good. Hideous Resistance or Spellbound? I prefer Hideous Resistance, personally. It's Mesmer skin, but for status effects. Spellbound is still perfectly very good, and also the nice thing about Spellbound is that you can help out your allies as well. Yeah, so Shield of Shadows. Most things in the game that are damage redirections also give you status immunity. So for Shield of Shadows case, what it does is it throws the status effects that you take at enemies, or at your summons instead. Work was quiet. I love that. Well, I hope that work being quiet was a good thing for you. Like when I was always working, because I was a small business owner, like it was always like it was quiet, so then it sucked because I was a small business owner. But like when I was working retail and not for myself, it was great. Quiet days were awesome. I got to paint Warhammer. I worked for Games Workshop. That's the joke. Okay, we are going to take a break from taking a look at people's stuff. And hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty dang well today. A little bit sleepy, but otherwise good. It's double affinity weekend. What? Give me a secondary that I haven't checked out yet. Chat, what secondary should I work on? Give me a secondary. Tested the stupid snipe build on level 210 corrupted heavy gunners. It melted them. Yeah, it does some pretty funny things. Checked out the Zacti? I did, yeah. Do you really want you to mess with me? Okay, Rue, hit me. What's up? Aphrodite, already done. Actlex Prime, Twin Roga. Play the clip. No! The Riven disposition ruined my Twin Roga! Zymos? I think I already have a Zymos build. Okay, we'll work on the Zymos after this one. It's double affinity weekend, so we gotta throw format stuff. It's an ancient meme. It checks out, sir. What is this? Just a status-based shotgun with an obnoxious amount of crit damage for some reason? Well, we know what we need to do. Enervate. Oh, wait, no, that's probably because my companion's here, right? What Wait, is that not with... Hold on. Yeah, it must be a 2 times base. That must be one of those things where you gotta back out. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yep. I think I might have just summoned the devil. This mix rocks. Yeah, this has got to be one of my favorite mixes that remixes from like Final Fantasy that I've seen so far. What am I thinking here? I've got a Riven? Okay. All right, who's gonna activate the REM sound effect? I'll roll this 30 times for a REM sound effect. That's a joke. Please don't feel like you have to do that. But I will roll that a bunch. Please don't feel like you need to do that. This was a joke. Merciless gunfight. Get this thing some punch through would be really tasty. Favorite game from my childhood? Go. Ratchet and Clank. Any of them. Any of the early ones that were on PS2 specifically. Specifically those ones. Yeah, we'll go there. Twin Roga apparently has the highest base multi-shot. Oh, that's a lot of multi-shot. I just looked at it. Oh, that's a lot of multi-shot. But it sounds fun! Okay, I guess we're gambling. Blue called me on my joke. Sly Cooper 3. See, I was never really into Sly. Gambler means, but it sounds fun. It brings me so much joy. Keaton Cole. Oh. Damn it, Blue. Jazz Jackrabbit? I have never heard of that. What is Jazz Jackrabbit? That sounds like some... You know, listen, I know... hear me out. I know that I'm addicted to Nezha, okay? Listen, hear me out. I know I'm addicted to Nezha, but... Status duration, multi-shot heat? But... Where? Probably behind you. Yeah. Also, Nezha. We'll go with this one here. Status chance, puncture zoom? No. I mean, like, crit damage, multi-shot, status chance would be kind of cool. A lot of damage. With, like, a minus to zoom. Yeah, with, like, a minus to zoom. Hey, guess what? Chicken butt? Your mom! Ah! Hi, sorry, I woke up in the psychopath side of my life today. Turbo Nerd as a kid, so you knew all the video games back then? The PS3 had no games? Did the PS3 have no games? Blue, damn it. You had an extra 50 bits, you jerk. Little Big Planet was really good. Warframe was on PS3. Was Warframe on PS3? I can't remember. Someone help. No, it's an internet meme. I'm old. I don't know memes. Okay, listen. That's pretty tasty. Okay, which one you did it? It was you. I hate you so much. Techno for the tier 1. I wasn't saying I hate you. I was saying I hate Rue. For the tier 1 for 10 months. Thank you so much, Techno Fuzz. I can't believe it's been 10 months. What the hell? Listen, the punch through and the toxin and the status chance, because this replaces the toxin mod and gives me 3 meters of punch through. Reb is getting closer every time you don't know when and where Warframe started. Ah, Mira. I don't know. How many did I say? I said 30? All right. Sniper. Snipe this, filthy casual. Was it an emote that got rid of something? Hold on, you're right. Oh, you're right. It's supposed to be that, but it didn't update. Okay, thank you for reminding me, Judalding. Hey, if I got a mod, you want to put it in the, hey, Zenos, pay attention to this channel so that you don't forget things channel? Because I'm dumb and old and broken as a human. It's okay, I'll remember. I'm joking, I'm joking. Please, mods, don't feel like you have to do work here. I mean... Oh, it has a magazine too. Oh, you just know, you remember that reminder thread? If you could, Iron, if you're busy today, please don't feel like you need to do it. It's all good. I mean, I've only got 2 million Kuva, chat. Crit chance. How are the Twin Roger? They can't be that bad. I mean, they're not the worst. Only smiley face. Mira haunts me with smiley faces. Hey, Ben. Oh, mods, if we haven't given a shout out to Mira already, can we get a shout out from Mira, please? Twin Roger are actually incredible if you can deal with the constant reload. Yeah. Yeah. Does reload speed show up here in the Rivens? Is that a thing? Yeah, it does. And maximum crit chance toxin. No. FOMO! Fire rate makes the capacity electricity? No, it's a 2-shot weapon. We don't need that fire rate. We already got a lot of fire rate on this thing from Lethal Torrent. We don't need more. Oh. All right. We're gonna get the god roll here. No. Thought you never do this on stream. Not gonna lie. Every once in a while. I made a joke bit saying if someone played the degenerate gambler noise that I would roll this Riven 30 times, and then someone called me on my bit. Even after I said, no, please don't do that. I'm joking. I don't want you to pay money for me to do something that feels bad. But it happened anyway, so I felt like I had to do it. So anyway, that's why I was rolling some Rivens on this thing. Well, because it's got like status duration, multi-shot, and heat, so I'm thinking of like a Nezha build with this could be kind of fun. Throwing this on a weapon platform Nezha. And like go enervate, crit, status, damage, multi-shot shenanigans. It's gonna have 55 multi-shot. That's not enough. We need more. We need more. Chat. Okay, give me a melee. Chat, give me a melee. And whoever says a Zog gets timed out for 10 seconds. That's a joke. Shit, there's so many of you. Dual Icker? I think I got that one done. I think I got the Cronin. Yeah, I think I got the Cronin done. I don't have the Cronin done. As it turns out, I lied. I'm sorry. I got a Riven for the Cronin? I'm not gonna do it again. I'm not gonna do it again. I refuse. I refuse to play your Gamba game. I refuse to play your Gamba game. I refuse to play your Gamba game. The Cronin does not look done? How dare you? You're supposed to be on my side, Mira. What the hell? I mean, this is clearly just gonna be another influence weapon, right? No, guys. We're not pressuring anybody to do anything. Please don't. Please don't. We're not pressuring anybody to do anything. What's its follow through? 60%? Give the boy a treat. Okay, I'll give the boy a treat. No. We can't. Don't pressure people. Okay, Blue. You fell for the peer pressure, Blue. I'm both proud and disappointed in you. As always, everyone, you don't need to commit to the bit. I commit to the bits. None of you have to commit to the bits. But thank you very much, Blue, for the biddies. For the bits? True! It's a double entendre! I mean, I just want to put gas on this because it's gas. Elect. You're a gambler means, but it sounds fun! Wow, look at that ribbon. What the hell? What the hell? Okay, I'll roll that in a bit here. So ribbon and then something else. Okay, I do have to run a quick ad break here, and then we'll roll that ribbon because you called me on my bit. I am gonna go feed the cat, so I'll be back in a few minutes here. Just sit tight, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. And we'll be right back. Mods, just keep an eye on things for me if you could, and we'll see y'all in a second. I'm back. Okay, I'll roll the Cronin ribbon. Okay, what's what ribbon? Slaughter, you're a V. Two form out of the void surplus? Hell yeah. Bro. Alright. Give me a god roll on 1. Give me a god roll on 2. I mean, it's better than a 60-60. Well, not really. Saturation. Actually, I like that. Because that just replaces the electric 66 and gives you the attack speed. I don't like that. 2 24-hour drop chance booster? Ooh. Ooh, mod drop chance booster. Ooh. Ooh. Range, not necessary on here. It's got really low follow through. Crit chance, range, damage to corpus. Nah. 1.5 million endo, yeah. This is kind of what happens when you play the game for 40 hours a week. Omniformer from Baro? Damn. Damn. No. 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 Off we go. Hey, Twin Death, how you doing? Electric attack speed, crit chance on slide attack, minus damage or near. Nah. Nah. Meh. Electricity, heat, crit chance, minus finisher damage. Combos from the bottom up, so we could go gas from this. And then we get crit chance. Okay, you know what? This is... I'm gonna stop rolling because that's like... Okay, never mind. I'm not stopping rolling. I take it back. Understood. I'll keep rolling, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'll keep rolling. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry for doubting you. I'm sorry. Please forgive. Range, crit chance, crit. Oh. No. Heat, melee, finisher. No. Perfect timing. That was the most unbelievable timing. The moment that I start saying, oh yeah, this is good. No. I get told that I'm wrong. I get informed that I was incorrect. This is actually like a really solid ribbon because this replaces 2 mods and gives me extra crit chance. Sounds pretty good to me. See, these are like my favorite type of ribbons when we have this. This is my favorite type of ribbon. No. Oh, battle tapes. Love battle tapes. No. No. Like, this is just a really solid ribbon. I'm really happy with this one, actually. I don't really do ribbons very often, but, you know, might as well. Fuck off. Really? Blue again? Bastard. Screw you and your generosity. How dare you? Every time I look over, I'm like, oh, man. Okay. We'll call it there for that one there. Because this just replaces, like, 2 mods and then gives me extra crit chance. Like, now I don't need that. That's awesome. So the elements on the ribbon will combine on itself, but what it does is it combines from the bottom up. So as you can see here, we have gas and electric. So heat's on the bottom. So it goes toxin plus heat, not toxin plus electric. So this will make it into, if I didn't have toxin here, it would be radiation. but since I have toxin here, it turns into gas. I mean, now it's just weeping wounds. Weep. And what? We got attack speed, condition overload, blood rush, weeping wounds, galvanized steel. Be sitting at some pretty decent crit chance, some pretty decent crit multi. We go influence because influence. What did we throw on this last mod slot here? What did we put on that last mod slot? Well, while I'm thinking about that, we'll put Dreamer's Wrath up here. Elementalist? You're right, Elementalist. You are absolutely right. Elementalist for the extra status chance and the status damage. There we go. Hey, Loki. Do I do Deep Archimedia? Yeah, we always do those on Tuesdays. Oh, Iron. Let me know when you're on in game so I can make sure you get. You take on. All right, what do we got here? Conjunction Survival, who wants to join? Oh, Alchemy, who wants to join? Alchemy. Who would like to join for some Alchemies? Judali, Erzman, and Mira. Judali. Evan, I would love to play with you today. Just, we filled up at the moment here, so we'll grab you in a bit. Erzman and Mira, with quite possibly the politest "let me please join" message in the world. We love to see it. Okay, cool. So let's go do Alchemies. The former alert? Yeah, we'll go do those later on. Yeah. The survival? Yeah, but I like doing alchemy. Because alchemy is actually a surprisingly good platinum farm. I gotta sit down. My back is killing me. Back is very upset today, so we're not gonna be doing much standing today. Didn't get to rate your ribbon? I will take a look at your ribbon right now. Well, I'll take a look at this ribbon after we're done here. Oh wait, I can take a look at ribbons inside missions. I always forget about that. That's why I have that point command. Oh, much better. No, I look at stream chats, Evan. I never pay attention to in-game chat. I get so many private messages in-game that it's like impossible for me to pay attention to stuff like that. Oh yeah, Matt, if you want to, you can send me your ribbon by typing this. So you type square brackets ribbon mod. Like that, and then it'll open up this menu. So if you want me to take a look at your ribbon on its own, while I'm in mission, I can take a look at it. That's not the color we wanted. Hey Wesker, how you doing?
Don't forget the reactor. I need more to open that relic.
Welcome on in. Ah! The no-go mushroom. They tried to kill me. They're trying to get me. Okay, Dota players. Who's that voice line from? They're trying to kill me. Who knows that one? Timu? I said Dota. I play real video games. Timber? Oh, that is a Timber one. Oh, that was... Okay, that's not fair. There was multiples. I wasn't thinking Timber, but you know what? You do win. Congratulations. You don't win anything for it, but you do win. I forgot that Timber had that voice line too. I was thinking Disruptor. But good call, Loneless. That work? Yes, it did. A Boltor. Crit chance, crit damage. Yeah, so the Boltor is actually a fantastic crit status hybrid weapon. So going into high crit chance is actually a pretty solid choice. If you want to, you can type !Boltor to see my build for the Telos Boltor, as I find that that's the best one to go for a crit build, which obviously because of that Riven, you definitely want to be looking into a crit build there. Supra, any good? I actually love the Supra. It's a surprisingly good weapon. Make sure you give it a try with either Crux or Primary Debilitate. Both of those arcanes are incredibly strong on it. If you see it in the build, it makes more sense instead of the Riven. Yeah, I'll take a look once the build's done, but that Riven looks really solid, Matt. Even without looking at the rest of your build, it looks really, really good. Definitely a worthwhile keeper in my mind. I mean, like, could you roll something better? Obviously. It doesn't have a negative and doesn't have 3 stats. But with a 2 stat, no negative, pretty solid. You know, crit chance, crit damage. Always good to have more of. Oh man, my thing is really excited about Sleep Token today. Meg must be taking over my YouTube playlist. It is all Megan's fault that I love Sleep Token. I'll take a look at the take a look at the rest of the build when I'm done here, Matt. Just finished the Archimedes. Minus 50 duration was hell. Yeah, minus 50 duration's always hell. Grendel Prime systems you said you needed? I got a few of these relics here for you. Whee! To the next point, squad. You bought it, but free platter ducats? Yeah, all right, all right. If you need any other relic squad, just make sure you let me know. If I got any things for it, I'm happy to put on whatever. Oh no. Why do you like the Roga? You okay over there? Having a little dance party? All right. Oh, that was the song that I forgot to add. Everybody show me your hands. Because minus mag capacity is hilarious. That is true. That's a classic meme. Checks out, sir. Furus Prime relics. When you join, just remind me, Voyage, you know, I'll forget by then. You know me, I'm dumb. Well, I'm not dumb, I just have ADHD, and I'm starting to think that I've got long COVID symptoms. Because, like, my family's even saying, is like, your memory's usually not this bad. Your memory's usually, like, really, really good. So I'm starting to wonder if I've got long COVID symptoms from one of these colds that I've had this past couple of weeks. Uh, 15, 20, 19. Oh, I love double affinity weekend with affinity bonuses. That's a symptom? Yeah, short-term memory problems is a symptom of long COVID from what I remember. Also insomnia, also like loss of taste buds. Like, there's a few things where I'm like uncertain. So I'm gonna go see my doctor next week. Although I don't know how they would test for that, but I guess they could just like, you know, or if there's even anything to be done about it, I suppose. It's not like it's that big of a deal, thankfully, for me, because, you know, doing this, I can just kind of blame it all on ADHD. What happens if you have enough negative mega capacity to drop it below 0? You can't fire the gun. That's the old meme from when retired streamer man who now streams played Warframe. Oh man, this chair is so much comfy. I'm really glad that I decided to get this chair. I was really humming and hawing about it, but it has actually really helped out my back. Yes, Cardi, you can say that you were right. 2017, 2018, Warframe was a wild time. It really was a weird time. Hiya. You were right, Cardi. I'll admit it this time. Running negative projectile speed on certain gun blank bullets, hover in the air forever. Yep. I forget who it was, but it was like with the high Q someone did that with. Like, that was an old video. Happy to be right for once? No, Cardi, you're always right. Okay, but what you aren't right about is that I do have to run a quick ad break here, sadly, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. Sit tight. See you in a second. Hey! We summoned the gold! See, you play with Streamer Man, golds appear out of the thin air. Gold! We love gold! Oh, it's the dog across the hallway. I was like, what the hell's that noise? It's just like a little Shih Tzu across the hallway and it goes bark, 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 bark. But it's very cute, so it's okay. It's a cute little popper. Ah! Huh? Wait, what? Huh? 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 Uh-huh. You love gold so much? You're 4 parts short for every prime Warframe? That's not too bad, though. Dual wielding kit guns? You know what? I'm with you. That would be really cool. An Ack Catch Moon? That'd be terrifying. Now, usually we don't get maxed out in alchemy. It usually takes 2 runs. But I think we're gonna be fine because we got the double affinity weekend up. And we do love double affinity weekends. Maxed out? Yeah, my forma, my affinity, yeah. We don't need toxin. Oh, where'd the electricity go? Kodahima, hi. You have a Kodahima with 51% in your Koda weapon should you get it. Hold on, do you own the Kodahima with 51% or are you looking at getting a Kodahima with 51%? I'm confused by your message. I assume you have the ability to get one with 51%. And yes, 51% is a very good number. 60% being, of course, the highest on Kubakoda and Tenants. Or, yeah, Kubakoda and Tenants. So 51 is pretty dang close to 60. And then you would just need like 1 or 2 more, probably just 1, honestly. Roll to fuse them, and then you would get up to your maximum 60. If you were, would a helicopter blade be called the Ack? Yes. You'll go sit in the corner? Good. Where's my, oh, is this the Banshee thing? Yep, Banshee thing. Do you have a ribbon for the Supra? Ooh. The alerts? Yeah, it was because of a charity drive they were doing on primetime. If you reach 10,000, then if the community reached 10,000 for that quick little charity drive, then the whole community got access to a bunch of free little goodies, like Double Affinity Weekend. What'd you do this time? Oh, it's just the minimap bug with Banshee. Not a you thing. 25k later? Yeah, if there's one thing that the Warframe community does, it is charitable drives, apparently. Lord. It's pretty wild. The puppies were adorable? Wait, there was puppies? I miss the puppies. Ronnie brought puppies? Oh, we love Ronnie. They had little hats? Oh, that's so cute. What minimap thing with Banshee? So every once in a while, Banshee's abilities make certain things disappear on your minimap unless you open and close your map like that. It affects enemies, it affects some objective things. It's just a visual bug. They obviously don't disappear. You just have to go like this, and then they reappear. So it's not like that big of a deal. It's just kind of like one of those whoopsies. Bobbers! Yeah. Whoops. Whoops. Whee! So like amphers, right? Some amphers just also won't show up every once in a while. Pop, pop. Nope, that's the one I wanted. Hey, yeah. Best way to get shards? Do you mean Archon shards, I assume? A prime framed build out. Grendel. If you mean Archon shards, Netracel's a weekly mission that you can do 5 times, unless you use some of your search pulses for Archon hunts. Not Archon hunts, my apologies. ETA and EDA, or ED, or Deep Archimedia, Temporal Archimedia. One of those two. Sometimes you can get them in Archon hunt, sometimes you can get them in the Holvania calendar, sometimes you can get them in the Descendia, but it's usually from like late game weekly missions, like ETA and EDA are usually the best ways to get it. You love being panned because God folly? I know, right? You, eat this. Hiya. Hey, Misery. We got with you. You love being a Warframe player because of God fully? True and real. Oh, I need to pick up my candies. Yeah, it's one of the few builds that I actually use blue shards on. It's probably just energy shards, knowing me. I can't remember off the top of my head. Bop, bop. 2 max energy? Yep, sounds about right. Okay, the weapons are maxed, and my ninja's almost maxed. You want to find a Comey build? Well, if you type exclamation point Comey, the nice bot will summon you a Comey build. Thank you, Echo, for summoning that. Appreciate you. Tip for managing energy on Frost. Feels like you're constantly out. Archon Frost, Archon Flow can help a little bit. It's not great. Because you're already going into high range, you can throw on Archon Stretch for a little bit of extra energy regeneration, which of course can be activated by a companion. Energize, Steadfast, because you don't care about Augur mods, so the Steadfast negative combo with Augur mods or Brief Respite does not matter. Zenoric, of course, always. I'm addicted to Zenoric. This is the last one here. We're gonna finish off after this one here. Jacus Maximus, how you doing? He is, I thought that I would be full 30, but we are not there. Rifle elementals on a primary affect the toxin damage from Raxi's 4, to my knowledge, yes? Hopefully this last one will get me... There it is, actually. We're already maxed. Nice. Did everyone else get the relics on? Yes. Okay. We usually end at 4, but just because this was... I need a little bit more to finish off my goodies. Yeah, to my knowledge it does, but as always, been wrong before, be wrong again. Zephyr Harrier looks suspiciously like a V1. I do love the Zephyr Harrier skin. I love those more like anime mecha skins. What, we've got the 2 new ones, and then we got Titania, and we got Zephyr. Hey, how about no? How much time would it take to get 100 forma on a Warframe? Quite a long time. I'm working on that right as we speak. I've got 98 forma on my Nezha right as we speak. I mean, it depends on how you're leveling the forma. You know, if you're MR 30, you can go into ETA or ESO, which makes the leveling very quickly because you just go in for like 3 waves and you're done. If you're playing just like normal missions, obviously dependent on boosters, dependent on blessings, the double affinity weekend that's happening right now. So, you know, it kind of depends on a few things, but there's lots of ways to do it fast. There's ways to do it just more chill. I tend to go for just the more chill ways. Matters cast speed and strength buffs, but also how it lets your operator pump up billions of damage. Oh yeah, it's absolutely great in those cases. I'm just addicted to Xenoric because I play mainly caster frames, so having that extra energy is always nice. You gotta go, Simon? No worries. Thanks so much for hanging out today. Hope you have yourself a good night. I appreciate you. I just hit for 2.1 billion damage and I'm still only doing 6% of the damage. Good old Banshee. Good old Banshee shenanigans. Ooh, a mecha set on Nidus would be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, that would be pretty cool. Okay, we're heading to extract now, peeps. GG, GG. Banshee's so good. Banshee is very good. I'd still like to see her get a little bit of a rework just so that her, you know, other abilities have a little bit more to do. Prime sure footed on your Grendel, is that optional? If you're playing with the augment for his nourish, it's not needed, and if you're playing around his augment for his 3rd ability, it's not needed. Because the augment for his 2nd ability gives you status immunity, and ball builds don't need it either. If you're playing around the cannonball, whatever the heck it's called. Balls. GG squad, thanks for joining me. Appreciate you. It's the one, yeah. So Gastro, yeah. So prime sure-footed. If you, my build doesn't have any way to have immunity from knockdowns outside of prime sure-footed. Is it necessary? No. Is it useful? Yes. Okay. Your Tell's Boltor. The only thing I would say is maybe switching these out for 60/60s, but you've already put formas on here. 60/60s are just genuinely nice to have. You got good crit damage. You got good crit chance. I would maybe also go into viral instead of going cold, corrosive. Maybe go viral and then more crit damage. That's probably what I would do. Because the incarnate form has a billion slash damage, so the viral is really nice. That's the only reason I say that. Gave you the secondary build as well. Yeah, this is more what I would do, except instead of this, I would do viral. So I'd switch this out for cold. Which all you would, I mean, you would have to put another form on here, unfortunately. But like, that's what I would do. But you should be perfectly fine. Looks really good. Nothing to say there. Tuso Prime. Did we see this earlier? No, we didn't. Avenger, thermal transfer, hydration high, strength, equilibrium for free energy, multi augmented. You may want to think about arcane energize, comboing up with fast deflection, but you know, it's not super necessary. You're also not going to be casting a whole lot, so you could possibly get rid of Archon Flow here. To get that vigilante mod that does it, or fast deflection. But also, thermal transfer's damage bonus does scale really well with power strength, so it makes sense to want to go into power strength. I would probably drop Avenger, actually, for Aegis. And then maybe throw equilibrium shards in one of these two into shards, and then switch it out with the shield gen speed mods. Ooh, cool looking Gauss. Do I have a ball build? Possibly. Possibly. Grendel. Do I have a ball build? What's wrong with this ball build? What am I missing from here? Just strength. So this is just supposed to be like blind rage here. I just had to remove it for that. So like this and then stuff there. It's missing his 3 augment. You mean this one here? He's an Exilus slot. Best build for Hildren? Well, if you want to see my Hildren build, it's right here. I don't know if it's the best, but it's the one I play. Hey Shadow, how you doing? I need to get a D on here. I need to get 2 Ds on here. Leave it alone. And because I'm certain I'm going to use that eventually. Cronin needs 1. You're also a D. Oh, do we actually need 2 on the Cronin? We actually need 2 on the Cronin. Okay, so we'll put another one in later. We're almost done with the boy. Almost done. Hounds of hell. All right, let's take a quick look at a few things, and then we'll go do some more relics here. Okay. How are you wanting to play, Diva? If you're still here, how are you wanting to play your Saren? Are you wanting to play caster Saren, or are you wanting to play weapon platform Saren? Because depending on how you're wanting to play, there's a little bit of changes that you can make here to make your life a little bit easier. So without any knowledge, we see a high range here and the strength here. So, and if you're here, then you can say something. I would replace physique with brief respite and then do shield gating stuff with that plus molt to activate it. You can go catalyzing shields here for more survivability. You could drop transient fortitude for some more duration so that you just have stuff being around for longer. You could drop contagion cloud for one of the other augments as well. You could running arcane circumvent is great for your survivability along with multi augmented, but I find having a little bit of extra survivability is always never a bad thing, so that's why I would go brief respite there, especially since you got a free status cleanse on molt, and you're going to be using that quite frequently anyway. Yeah, so I'd say maybe some duration here, maybe swapping these out for one of the other augments, and maybe if you want to go full shield gating, catalyzing shields here. Otherwise, you're going in the right direction for like a caster build. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here. Everybody, you know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, you want to support the community, to accept to roll. Otherwise, I take. See you in a bit. Archon shards on my Grendel's still the same. Yeah, I typically make all my builds have the same shards. Just because it's easier for my mental well-being and my shard stockpile. Three different lavoses for shard setups. Yeah, see, that's what I mean by psychotic place life there. Yeah. Solve off toxic ability damage since we're helmeting over regurgitate. Yeah, probably. Yeah. I don't remember what my shards were on the build. Why do I have 4 unread messages? Mira, what have you done? A 30-day resource drop chance booster. A 30-day affinity booster. Mira, why? A 30-day resource booster. Mira, why? If this is another one. Mira, why? Thank you very much, Mira. That's very kind of you. Now I'm set for quite a while. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Now you can't leave for the next 30 days? But Shadowgrapher's coming out in like 19 days. Of course I'm not going anywhere. Of course I'm not going anywhere. Sheesh. Impromptu subathon? No. Shadowgrapher! Gauss Prime, best weapon platform Gauss build. Yeah, this is what most people run. Yeah. Most people actually swap in the Vigilante mod here as well, instead of Augur Secrets. And a lot of people who like to do Gauss weapon platform also like to run catalyzing shields along with it too. But like with the amount of shield recharge rate from these two, it's not necessary, plus it is passive stuff. Like I would probably get a rolling guard on here. Since the 2's gone and the 2 gives you the status immunity except for toxin, so now you don't have any status immunity here. I'll probably say rolling guard for my sake, but it's not like a necessity in any way, shape, or form. I would also probably switch out transient fortitude for more strength. Switch it out for blind rage. You don't really care about efficiency with most of these builds because you just have such high, you know, duration. And you just pick up energy orbs and use like a blue shard. It's like I'd probably drop that for a transient or blind rage personally. Throw more strength into Zadis plus thermal sunder, thermal transfer. That's what I would do. But looks good, Shadow. Finally tested out the catch moon. It's very fun. Yeah, the catch moon is wild. It's one of those weapons where like people kind of forgot about it because, you know, they had a nerf for a long time there. I mean, most people don't run this high of range if you're going for like weapon platform Judali. It's perfectly fine if you like having the range just for the option. Like, but I would probably say you don't need this much range here. But it is nice for the option, so that you can sort of like spam low-level enemies with Thermal Sunder, or boost up the thing there. This is what you told to do for the caster build? Right, this is the caster build, not weapon platform. Yeah, I like it. I was thinking weapon platform in my brain for some reason. Yeah, this is what I would do. Sorry, don't mind me. I thought you were doing a weapon platform. My brain totally just had one of those moments. Yeah, looks good to me. Arc Vitality to boost up Thermal Sunder to be applying 2 heat effects. Then you got Thermal Transfer for playing weapon platform side of things too. Yeah, looks good. Away with you. Yeah, Cerberus. Damage Grenadier, multi-shot minus zoom, certainly not bad. The plus damage Grenadier is nice, but not necessary. Plus damage is not bad. Viral. So 4 status effects for aptitude, merciless. I'd probably drop merciless. I would probably drop merciless for overcharge if you have a frame to work that with, but otherwise merciless is a perfectly fine option here. Cronin. Ooh, a Korean Cronin. You know what? You might want to switch out this for condition overload, but sort of 6 of one, half dozen another. Crit chance, crit damage, slide attack, crit chance. Actually, because you are usually slide attacking quite often on here, that's actually pretty solid. Elementalist, Galvanized Steel, Blood Rush instead of Gladiator Might. Multiplis Ignis Race, thinking that you could gift them to new players in your dojo. You forgot you can't. Oh no! I'm so sorry to hear that, Beg for Heals. How you been? Welcome back. Been a while. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, I mean Blood Rush instead of this. That's the only thing I would say. Get that crit chance up. No ribbon. Yeah, again, Blood Rush. Get that crit chance up. Banshee. Null Stars. Concentration for more duration. Neutron Star. Sonic Fracture. Resonance. I don't see anything wrong here. At least me personally. But again, I don't play Banshee very much, so. Wesker. Cortec. Punch through. Multi-shot damage. Not bad. Shred. I'd say you probably don't need Shred since you have this. I would probably, if you're looking for some fire rate, I would offload into a different mod than this one. Because you already got the punch through here, right? So I would say get a different fire rate mod so you get more fire rate. Merciless, Hammer Shot. Where's your crit chance coming from? Okay, so you got good crit damage, but you got no crit chance to make your crit damage do crit damage things. So I'd switch this out for the corrupted mod that gives you 200% crit chance. Right? You got sauce, but you ain't got no pasta. Ureli. Ooh, Wesker. I love that. Not a big fan of this Syandana, but that's a me thing. I just don't like that Syandana. The rest of that looks fantastic. But you kill everything? True. But you could have funny big crit numbers. Outside crit chance like Avenger? Yeah, you can always go Avenger or like Haro or Nyx or things like that, but I would still even then mod for crit chance. I like to make sure that my weapons can be played on any frame, not a specific frame or a specific setup. Ooh, Destroy. I love that. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ace, Banshee. No, go. Resident Seeker. Brief Respite, Circumvent. You probably don't need Brief Respite here, right? You got Circumvent. But I guess it's kind of nice to have just an emergency backup energy. Or shield gen, which I totally get. Multiple levels of survivability is never a bad thing. Although I feel like you don't need all 3 of them. You know what I mean? I feel like you could probably do away with one of these 2, or maybe the aura. So much strength. And the look, yeah, this is one of the best skins in the game. I love this skin so much. The Diva skin, or whatever skin this one is. Oh, so pretty. Just to confirm, you mean like this? Yes. Yes. Banshee. So this is Mira's Banshee. Mira is the specialist. on operator ability, 45% more strength into the next ability. So I assume you're locking that strength into Bright on it. Sonic Fracture, Resonance, Augers, or Archons. What's your survivability? Or is it just Glass Cannon? Which is fair, it's a fine playstyle. Shield Gate, a little bit of Shield, a little bit of Circumvent. Yeah, this is more my style. I like this one better for me personally. Circumvent for survivability, Moltogman for more power strength. ESO Haro Thermal Sunder, yep. Has there been a dev stream for Soulframe this year? I don't know. I think so. So like I would actually switch this out for oh, you said it's for the whatchamacallit, right? For ESO. Warding Thermal? I don't know if I would bring a Warding Thermal. I don't care about my enemies not taking damage. They're just holding me back. I would say more range personally. And then it would also give you an Augur mod for boosting up your shields through Thermal Sunder. Thermal Sunder spam. But again, it's not like super necessary. Okay, Evan. Evan, what's your in-game name? It's only for ESO? Yeah. So like it doesn't super matter. Evan, what's your in-game name? I have forgotten. Toucan Prime. Okay, we got room for 2 for Alchemy. I forget who was on deck. Because that was mucho long ago. Voyage. Hey, Tan, how you doing? Riaz. You're fantastic. Ooh, good to hear. Still smiling away over there, hopefully. Hell yeah. Love to hear it. I'm gonna have a granola bar. Ow. Oh, they got the I got the strawberry one, not the raspberry one. I'm so disappointed. Unforgivable. You'll take it? No, it's mine. Nom, nom, nom. Outer Terminus Fisher? Oh, I love Outer Terminus Fisher. That should be an Omni Fisher. DE, give me a defense mission that's an Omni Fisher. Parkour velocity, charge work on the ball. I don't remember, but also when you do the middle mouse button, you'll go zoom zoom. So you don't really need a mod for parkour velocity. No, we don't have a defense mission yet. Sorry, I'm eating with my mouth full like a heathen. Follow me and let's go. Follow me. Finally added Wrathful Advance on your Ivara. Hell yeah. It's pretty funny on Ivara. I've seen some really funny builds with it. You forgot your pet? Rip. Ripperino. Remember, killing things closer to the objective is always better. Wrathful Advance Navigator Zenosfire. Yeah, that build's hilarious. Also, you have to go? No worries, if you gotta go, you gotta go. We'll bang this out with the 3 of us. Terrible sorry? Don't be sorry, it's all good. Shit happens. Not even a worry. Granted, the red numbers are 11K. Yeah, but that makes it funnier. That makes it more hilarious. Have to go to the mosque? No worries. We'll catch you later. Ah, yes, I had that 1 damage quadruple red crit shenanigans before. It was like, why is this only dealing 1 damage? Yeah, man, double affinity weekends are the bomb. You love to see it. Candy. Throw. Candy. Candy. Throw. Candy. Nope. Be gone. Nope. Candy. Nope. Check out the already builds. You're also lacking the critical mods for it. That's okay. More crit, more good times, but it's not like necessary, you know? You're wondering why you hit damage cap? Banshee. Exact order of all frames we're getting. Wait for long. Well, the exact order is never always set in stone, but typically speaking, they follow the original release order. So it should be Styanax next, and then I think it's Citrine after that. I always forget what came first, if it was Citrine or Varuna. But it's one of those two, and then the other, and then it should be Kulavo Prime for December-ish. A Dino frame? Dino might. Dinobots, roll out. Man, I loved Beast Wars. That was such a goofy show. Beast Wars, it was so silly. Why are there dinosaurs hanging out with great apes? Megatron had a rubber duck? True. I forgot about that. Common Rider frame when? I feel like we already got that, Psycho Teletubby. Oh, Psycho Teletubby, I shot you a DM on Discord. No pressure or rush, of course. Classic Banshee things. Oh, that 200% affinity booster was tasty. Cyanax Prime? Yeah, I can't wait for Cyanax Prime either, actually. I really want to see what they're going to do with the Aphentis. Please give it a lot more fire rate. Please give it a lot more fire rate. That's not the one I wanted. Replacement shards? Yeah, probably just like more strength or maybe equilibrium. Shards, you know, somewhere in there. The Goss Grendel animation, that is going to be so much fun. Was Cyanax Prime confirmed? No, we're just making assumptions. We won't know what the next Prime is until the PAX East dev stream. Be careful about reactant here, squad. We're a little low at the moment, so just be careful. We're missing a few. You want that signed on from Grendel Deluxe? Is that the backwards fanny pack? Is it that one? The back pouch? Yeah. Yeah.
Finish your mission to find out
Margolis, move your face. I can't see the thing. Yeah, why? I need to like fight someone at DE. Why is it not called the Dine and Dash pack? The only thing I could think of is maybe Dine and Dash as a as a trademark. Someone has that phrase trademarked. You know how like Michael Jackson had the birthday theme song trademarked for the longest time? Neja main? Yeah, I play a lot of Neja. I love Neja. We're just finishing off putting the 100th form on my Neja here. If it did, it's well past its trademark time. I mean, if the person trademarked it and they're still alive, it's 25 years after death. Why do we have double Helios? My dream. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pro ads. Otherwise, sit tight. See you a second. The animation on Gauss and Grendel or both frames. It's for basically all frames. It'll just replace whatever is supposed to be the main frame of the combination as your frame that you're using. Your power just flashed and knocked out your Wi-Fi? What the heck? Vivid memories of Nightcore days with this song. This was the first like EDM song that I listened to that was like my EDM awakening. Is like the easiest way to describe it. This was the song that awoken my addiction to. Apparently it was trademarked in 2016. Dine and Dash. I fucking knew it. I fucking called it. I didn't Google that shit and I knew it immediately. I know corpo bullshit off the back of my hand. I knew it. I freaking knew it. I could smell it. I could smell the corpo bullshit. Yes. Yes. It's in Canada too? That's hilarious. Who is it? It's probably fucking Tim Hortons, ain't it? I knew it. I could smell the trademark from a mile away. First time seeing a Canadian swear. So when I was engaged to an American, they were always so surprised at how much Canadians swore whenever they came up to visit me. Like her and her family. And it's like, no. We're polite, but we all swear like sailors. Like the memes of the Canadian from Northern Ontario going, you fucking what, bud? You know, you just gotta go down for a rip and get some darts, yeah, bud. Yeah, you fucking hooser. Yeah, that's Canada. Yeah, that is Canadians right there, in a nutshell. Joey's tomato. What? Yeah, this is the normal song version of the song. Yeah, that's Canada. Sounds pretty Canadian. Yeah, no, it's like we just swear a lot. We are missing a number of reactant. Yeah, so don't blow the wall things. We need to get some reactant here. Computer and software and products and electronic and scientific products. Man, I hate capitalism so much. I knew it. I knew that it was gonna be some stupid copyright BS. The Torontonians, though, oh yeah, we swear all the time. Everybody swears. It's Canada. Are you okay? He's just sitting in the corner shooting in the wall. 100 sub bombs. Zenos speaks like a Canadian for the day. I won't be able to stop. That's the problem. I physically will not be able to stop myself. Two twos? No, 2 4s. Not 2 2s. 2 2s are dresses. 2 4s are beer. Doesn't even know the Canadian jargon. Shake my head, shake my head. Where's my reactant? Oh, there's one in here apparently. There we go. Listen, if you want to know how stereotypical Canadians talk, oh, what's that show with Shorzy? Letterkenny. Watch Letterkenny. Letterkenny is like hyper stereotypical Northern Ontario. It's ridiculously just outrageous. It's not how most people talk in Canada, for the record. It's like watching Jersey Shore and thinking that that's most Americans there. No, don't, no, not okay. All right, let's go. No gold this run, not yet. To be fair, we are down a person, so it's okay if we don't get a gold this run. Okay, through the rest of nom nom. To the next objective. Okay, let's go. Whee! Whee! Hey up. Oh! Oh wow, that actually hit. Not gonna lie, mildly surprised. You ever seen the pyrotechnics animation on Neja? Well, it's one of the most popular options to run on him because the ragdoll shenanigans. It's like watching Yellowstone. To be fair, I've never watched Yellowstone, so I have no idea. Ureli and the Daikyu? Just remember that Ureli's trait is for secondaries only. So if you're looking at doing like the Ureli crit chance buff, I don't believe that affects primaries. How do you have 20k on the ring? During the invulnerability period when you first cast it, any damage you take will be converted into absorption bubble, and which both power strength and armor affect the absorption bubble. So if you sit under a Jade Light Beam for the charge duration, you end up with like millions of damage, which is not always the best thing in the world to have way too much, because since it only blocks 90% of the damage that you take, not like 100%, you still take 10% of the damage, so having too much there can cause some problems. Why are these all just stuck here? I thought this shenanigans was finished. And by the shenanigans, I mean the, okay, where are you guys hiding my relics? Or my reactant? Where y'all hiding my reactant? You've gotten words of 15 million? I've gotten it up to damage cap before. Or integer cap, so 2.1 something billion. Where's my reactant? So it's like Haro's fourth ability where you get attacked for 8 seconds on Steel Path and you get much more crit chance based on how much damage you're taking? Yeah, basically. Same with, that's how Rhino's Overguard generation works. That's how, Ureli's Merlorina. No, they're all spawning. They're just getting stuck in this room over here. They're just hanging out in here for some reason. They're just getting stuck. And they're not getting corrupted at all, which is frustrating. So I'm just gonna sit here and hope that they get corrupted. Come on, get corrupted. Look at them all. They're just sitting here. Get corrupted. Look at them all. Freaking insulting. Well, I'm still missing a reactant here for some reason. I don't know where you guys left a reactant on the table. But we'll see if it spawns, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't really care. Seriously, why is nothing getting corrupted? What is going on here? Why is it always the murmur? It's always the murmur that things just break down. Weird.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and take a look inside.
There we go. Okay, we're heading extract. That is a weird run. Just things didn't want to spawn at a certain point there. Like corrupted portals. It was very weird. Weird. When you die, the murmurs will taunt on your body. Yeah, that is like a funny little thing that the game does. Maybe Aegis Gale? Maybe? I don't know how Aegis Gale would affect, like, corrupted not spawning. That would be really weird. No, it wasn't that. It was more of like, I was sitting in a room surrounded by 50 enemies and there's just no corrupted portal showing up at all. It's just a little bit weird happening there. A little bit strange. Knife ass, how you doing? Whee! Here we go. And off we go to find more candies. GG! Get up my squad. Oh, did I pick up my shard from Bird?
I like it here. Lots of natural light in the basement.
Hey, yellow.
Did. Good. Hey, we got it. Oh. Oh, all right. Where are we at for these two? Cronin, do you need another forma? I can't remember if I said that you need another forma or not. You need another forma. And that makes me sad. Or we can just go with Discipline's Merit and call it a day. Or I take the lazy way out. Gonna do the alerts? Yeah, we'll do them eventually today. Do I feel like this needs more damage than just a galvanized shot? Honestly, I kind of feel like it does. Frustratingly. Frustratingly, I think it does need more base damage. But then the question is how are we getting more status chance on here? Are we getting more status chance on here? Lethal momentum is a V. Yeah, I was thinking magnetic, but we're running a fairly low status chance. I mean, we do have a 57 multi-shot. So, like, it's going to be applying a bunch of heat effects. But I kind of want more status chance than that. So, like, part of me wants to shift this down to a 60-60. Because we already got 80 here. But then again, it's only got a 6.6 base status chance, so a 66 is not going to do a whole lot for us. It does, obviously, because the amount of multi-shot we have here increase significantly more because of that. So we'd be sitting at about a 15% status chance at that point. Do we care about that? Do we care about that? Hey, Peppo, how you doing today? Don't know if we care about that. Based on the server it comes from, I haven't noticed that personally. Yeah, it's 15% per projectile, yeah. Which is kind of part of the idea here. But it's more of like, do I want to go a 60-60 here? Or do I want to go the magnetic might here? I'm kind of feeling like a magnetic might here might be the answer. Or we can just go all in on heat and just make this a funny weapon to run on Nezha specifically. With a weapon platform Nezha. I kind of feel like that's what I want to do, is just like go all in on heat. Because we got the plus status duration here, right? So that's the idea that I kind of want to do that. So I feel like we'll go with 60-60 heat here. Which, I mean, it doesn't really matter. We still need to do that. 99! Here's the last one, chat. The boy is finally done. Wait, was that the last one? Yes. The boy is finally done. 100 for Nezha. Whee! When building Jade, subsume over anything. You subsumed over 2 with Nourish for energy economy and make your heat procs from 4 do more. Yeah, I mean, that's a perfectly fine way to do it. Yeah, absolutely. I think I run Roar just for the heat, because Roar will increase your ability damage as well as your weapon damage. But like that said, you're basically only playing with your weapon damage anyway because Jade. So you're perfectly fine going to Nourish. I just tend to go for Roar in that case specifically. I wouldn't helmet over her 2 because her 2 is incredible. More ability strength, more weapon damage, more shield gen. Her 2 is, in my opinion, one of her best abilities. If anything, I would probably throw it over her 3 or her 1. To make your Valbin a bit more tankier, you just don't have a Hildreth Zoom available, plus you're going both Tesla Bank and the Augment for the 3 as well. Yeah, some of your build. What about for a nuke build? I mean, typically, even with a nuke build, you're still going to be going for that, right? Because Jade's second ability gives you a bunch of power strength. So if you're playing for a nuke build with Jade, you're probably playing around the alt fire of her 4. So at that point, I would probably put it over her 3. 100 format, yeah. The most consumable slot for her is her 1. The one thing I like about her 1 is her 1 gets her 4 ready for the explosion on the alt fire, and that's the reason why I like keeping the 1. It's totally not necessary when you're right. That's a good spot to put it on, 10,000%. Consume over 3 and have a bit more ability strength. It's a lot more ability strength than you think. It's like 70% on my build. It's a lot of ability strength, actually. And especially if you're going for a nuke build with the 4, that 70% power strength kind of translates over pretty well. And then also, you know, more in other areas and so on and so forth, and more power strength into whatever helmet that you're throwing on as well. If you want to see my Jade build, it's playing for the Augment for the first ability because it's funny. But it's there for you if you want to take a look at it. Aita, just send it over. I'll take a look at it. Arcane Circumvent I find works really, really well on, whatchamacallit. Cooking Nezha? No, I was just putting 100 form on my Nezha. Also the 4 snapshots, so you can start with ability strength and switch to weapon damage. Oh yeah, I always forget about that. That's the older reason. I forgot about that. The 4 snapshots to your power strength from your 3rd ability. Wait, is that right? Did they fix that? Why am I thinking that they fixed that? Why am I thinking that they fixed that? No, wait, did they? No, they didn't. I remember thinking that they needed to fix that, but I don't think they actually did. Yeah, I'm like the Nezha guy, apparently. I've been told by my fellow creators that I'm the Nezha guy. Thanks for the advice. Good, I'm glad that's working out for you, Matt. Good to hear. You have 210 base with 2 energy max shards, 2 topaz shards for crit chance on her 4, and 1 ability strength shard. Yeah, that should all be fine. Yeah, that should be good. If you want to, Falcon, you can actually send me your build in game, and I'll take a look at it. Like Kane has sent me his Gauss. And you just open up a private message to me, and then click this button up here. Link config in chat, and then it pops up in the private messages. And I can take a look at it. If you want me to take a look at it, I'd be happy to take a look and give you possibly a bit more personalized advice. Again, just like everything that I do in the game, it's not the best. It's just how I would do it, you know? Just like in most things in Warframe, it really depends on how you want to play and how you enjoy Warframe. So then you gotta like mess around with stuff. So over the build, yeah, we'll take a look at it in a second here. I just gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal, we gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pro ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. We'll be right back. Is the in-game name same as all of the platforms? Yep, it's just Zenosfire. So we'll be right back in a few seconds. See you in a moment. Mods, if you could just keep an eye on them. And we're back. And we're back. My mouse was not in the game. I don't know. What melee do I want to throw? What melee? What melee? I just want to mess around. Kane. What do you got? Thermal Sunder, Thermal Transfer, Streamline, Concentration, Ice Storm. Yeah, means you can freeze with Thermal Sunder. Concentration for more duration. Equilibrium Stretch, Auger Reach, High Range. You can probably use more Strength on here, realistically speaking. Like, I would drop Streamline for more Strength. Personally. For Steel Path, is Thermal Thunder or Pyrotechnics better? Pyrotechnics. Pyrotechnics will generally be always out damaging because Divine Retribution's ragdolls enemies. And Pyrotechnics hits ragdolled enemies 6 times. So with Archon Vitality, it's 12. With Divine Retribution, it's times however many enemies are spiked. So you can end up, like on 20 enemies in the Simulacrum, I end up with like 400 heat procs. Why is the Trumdale so good? Because it's very fun. Exultra, Firestorm, Wildfire, Malignant. I mean, 60-60 instead of that one for more status chance. Other than that, looks good, yeah. Crux I found to be not the greatest on here because landing the headshots to activate Crux can sometimes be a little bit frustrating, but it's perfectly fine if you can land the headshots. I just find I'm not good at landing headshots with it, so I don't run it with it. Awada! Or Alta. 3 reds, 1 yellow for cast speed, and 1 purple for equilibrium. And you said survivability is your problem here? Survivability is your problem. Arcane Circumvent is a great choice. Roll through enemies, steal shields, shields armor, steals overguard. Brief Respite could be another choice for you as well. Auger mods on your pistols, so when you're casting, you regenerate shields. So somewhere in that area is what I would do. Like, I would drop Molt Augmented for Circumvent here. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. If you don't want to throw on Pillage, of course. Yeah, I would go into shield gating. With that there. Kill Pain, Gotva. Shred. I would not go into Acuity on here. Right? You want to be playing around multi-shot, and you want to be playing around punch through. So, the reason why is because the unique trait is on hit. Every multi-shot, each bullet counts as a hit. Every enemy hit by punch through counts as a hit, which will activate the unique trait much more consistently. So I would drop Acuity, and I would replace Acuity with probably just another 60-60 of some variety. Or if not a 60-60, magnetic mod here instead of that. Merciless fine, aptitude's fine. The rest of this is all good. Ammo drum doesn't really matter. I would highly recommend trying Crux on here. And like what I would do if you want to go Crux, because then it's 300% more status chance. And also ammo efficiency. I would replace Acuity with Serration. I find that having a little bit of extra base damage on there is really, really nice. Falcon, someone told you Archon Vitality was not necessary because of the low status chance, but that didn't make sense to you. Well, you got a 32% status chance, so I mean, bonus heat's always never bad. What do you got here? Blessing for more health. I would say you don't need Blessing. Molt Augmented for more power strength is perfectly fine. Nourish, yeah, so I'd throw Nourish over the 1 or the 3, kind of up to you. I would probably throw it over the 3, realistically speaking. Aerodynamic Aviator for the damage reduction for when you're flying around. Stretch. So one thing with Archon Stretch is when you're in Glory, Archon Stretch's energy per second generation doesn't activate. Channeled abilities don't activate, make it so that you can't gain energy per second sources. And the idea for nuking with Glory is you see in this animation when the little icon is above enemies' heads, when you hit the alt fire of Glory, it deals a nuke around the enemies. So you're kind of playing around that. Archon Vitality is perfectly fine. It's not like really crazy necessary. Like it's perfectly fine. So just keep in mind that this isn't doing anything here for you. For the energy supply. So you may want to swap that out for something else. I would say you probably don't need Blessing on here. I would switch out Blessing for secondary fire rate arcane, I forget what it's called, or secondary damage arcane, also I forget what it's called, to boost up this as much as possible. And then I would move Nourish over to the 3. The 1 helps Glory do the priming that I was talking about with the explosions. So that's why I like to keep Light's Judgment and instead of throw it over Phantom's Eyes. But if you like the armor strip, then yeah, it's perfectly fine, but I would probably throw it over there. Blind Rage, you could probably go for instead of this. Jade has 2 aura slots. Yeah, it's one of the cool things with Jade. I'll probably go Blind Rage instead of Transient Fortitude. I find that, like, especially since you have Nourish and Equilibrium here, you're not really going to have energy problems. And if you are, then I would switch out Blessing for Energize. But you shouldn't really have energy problems here. Usually speaking, I should say, you don't have energy problems. Malcolm Furiox body count gives fire rate for secondary, so that's covered. Okay, yeah, we always love more fire rate. Anemic agility. Yeah, I probably wouldn't run anemic agility and the Furiox and lethal torrent. Like, I would probably drop that. And you're just going super hard into heat here. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, anemic agility is perfectly fine. And then secondary enervate to fuel your crit chance. Magnetic might. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anemic agility is sort of 6-1, half dozen another. You could replace it with something else. But you should be pretty fine. But yeah, I would say with Jade is her second ability, Coral, or whatever the heck it is. You can lock the power strength into Glory and into Nourish and then switch it to the weapon buff. So then it'll boost up Glory's damage. And that's kind of the tech there. You probably don't need the anemic agility here. At which point I would probably say, yeah, you can't really get any more crit damage. You could actually go the radiation arcane, but then the radiation mod would water down your status effects. If you want to go all in on heat, you could actually go elementalist instead of anemic agility. But honestly, what you have there should be pretty good. Circumvent over energize or molt augmented, because I find that you need the energy. Crux is not triggering on weak points. Instead of headshots, it activates off of weak points. Crux activates off of weak points. Like 99% certain that's the case. We'll just go double check to be safe. Away with you. Gotva. Crux. Wow. Yep. Yeah, it activates off weak points. Activates off both weak points and headshots. Okay. Murmur Survival. Who wants to join? Or we could do Axie Defense. We could do Axie Defense. Why don't we do an Axie Defense? This is usually really quick. Yeah, let's do, no, let's do Murmur Survival. Dalen, Cardi, Icicle. Dalen, Cardi, Icicle. We're full up there. We will grab y'all in a bit. Sit tight. Sight and Trumna? Yeah, Sight with Trumna is wild. Auto reloading, bonus elemental damage. It's really, really good, actually. All right. And this is number 1 hundo. Blast with the alt-fire and just makes nukes an entire room. Don't forget that Sight gets headshot multipliers from his second ability, first ability. And electricity can land headshots, right?
Defend yourself and use reaction.
Yeah, it's a fine room for us to start in.
We were going to need more reactants. Want to open
Stop sliding away! Stand still and take your lumps! Where are you going? This guy's just like sliding away and refuses to die. What the hell? Just kept healing. Why am I getting yellow crits? Oh, it's because here is the weak point extra crit bonus shenanigans. With beam weapons, yeah, I mean it would go as far as the length of the beam weapon, so whatever the range of the beam weapon is, that would be sort of the qualifying factor. Just like with shotguns, right? They have fall off. Hey Death, how you doing? Whoa! Caliban. I do love Caliban. Boy. My. Hamilton, specifically just this one song. I don't really care for the rest of Hamilton, but this one song is hilarious. Hey, as it turns out, a status-based weapon isn't great for killing necromechs. Who'da thunk? Oh, I died because I wasn't paying attention. Beams have a range set, yeah. So exactly. I just assume, you know, when you hit max range, you hit max range, and stuff don't go stuffy anymore. Even with the amount of punch through. Still has a range stat. It can punch through the whole entire full range of whatever the punch through is, but obviously, if it doesn't have the range. Hi, Sophia. How you doing? You're gonna be able to help a bunch? Good, I'm glad you're enjoying them. I gotta do more of them. I kind of just been dealing with some health problems the last month. I was planning on doing like a bunch of shorts for like newer people. So I'm kind of getting back into that slowly. Subjects. Look at me, I'm red critting bad. We'll send on the armed of my love. Anyone else want to send a fully armed armada to remind you of my love? Just me? Am I the only one that wants to send a fully armed armada? Da, 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 da. All the time? I know, right? All right, I gotta run a quick ad break here, y'all. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me. You want to support the community? So the West is goodbye. All of your kills have been from digestion. Mmm, tasty. Mmm, so tasty. You unlock last gasp and continue to recover for a solid week, not realizing you had to press a different key to activate it. That's hilarious. Excuse me. You're not sure if you're doing the bounce build wrong, but it feels weak. I mean, the bounce build is kind of like the ball build, I assume is what you mean. It's not like the greatest amount of damage from the ball build. It's more of like a funny build. It can do good damage, don't get me wrong, but if you're really looking to do big damage, Gastro is where it's at. Gastro does some really silly damage. Okay, my measure is almost done. Oh! Thank the Lord, I don't need to put 100 form on a frame anymore. He says until someone drops another 100 sub bomb and makes me do it. Does it feel like you're doing any damage? Yeah, I mean the problem with the cannonball build is you kind of got to do both, right? Because if I remember correctly, when you're in the cannonball, you can spit enemies with the 4. So like usually, you know, it's not like the greatest build for damage wise, but like it's a fun build. It does fun ball things. Removes the cast animation from his ability so he can spam his burst, his 4 like burst fire. Yep. It's a funny one. Stop moving around so much. Just stay still and die. Lord, your stupid hitbox. Shotgun Vendetta, I believe, is Duvary. Is Duvary Arcane. Memory serves correctly.
Relic has been cracked open.
Do it faster, makes it stronger. What would be the next frame? Well, the next frame's fully our artiste frame. Horror painter themed, which we already know a little bit about. And she's coming on the 25th. Primary debilitate on a rifle if you use Nyx. If you are modding it for whatchamacallit, yeah. Oh, what would be the next frame? Up to them. I'll hit you eventually. I know you're over there. Just firing down a hallway into the abyss. Oh, you're already dead. Wait, why are you showing up as an enemy on my radar if you're already dead? Just murmur things. Hey! Be gone. You're over there somewhere. If I just like shoot in the general direction, I'll hit it, right? That's how that works. Right? Right, chat? Aiming with a single target weapon in my Warframe. This is kind of funny. Time is done. Burr. 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 Oh, gotta love the Godpa. See,
Additional
ba 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 ba
of regret.
ba.
Make them feel it.
Ha ba ba ha ba 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 ha ba ba ba. Just as the build you recommend with Jade and Nourish over the 3. Sometimes I know what I'm talking about. Just sometimes though, not always. Is it working? That was me being facetious. Is it working out properly for you there, Falcon? It's in your top 5 most used guns. It is just a very fun weapon, right? It's not like the craziest weapon out there because it is just, after all, you know, yet another AR. But I do love it. I think I love it just because it's like, you know, unique traits really do bring a weapon into like just a neat little variety option for you. And I think that's really what I love it. Just give it more flavor than just a burr. Although the burr is fun. I won't lie. Burr. Burr, 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 burr. Level 1 Energize is helping you out with energy economy as well, so you need to go farm IS so you can get a max rank one. The only thing you're wondering is if the nuke will still work at level cap. I mean, like, you know, nukes are always level cap is always going to be a completely different monster, right? Over base normal missions. So like whether or not it works on level cap is totally up to one of those things. I mean, just like anything in the game, everything that works in level cap, right? If you're brave enough or stupid enough to make it work. But also, like, level caps are just one of those things where sometimes things just don't work out because of playstyle or because of, you know, stuff. Viral priming and armor shipping on your Neja. Any weapon recommendations? Like a status primer that comes base with corrosive and viral. I don't usually do any form of armor priming, like armor reduction priming or really viral priming on Neja because here, let me just wander down here. You just go like that with like a heat based ability and everything dies, right? So you just out damage armor most of the time when you're working with Neja, and you don't really need the viral. I would probably offload viral priming to a companion, Nautilus for enemy grouping, which is really good on Neja because more enemies closer together, more enemies hit by abilities, more enemies speared up. Or another good one is yeah, 59 million damage with like no viral. So yeah. Or the Panzer Hopelfilo, of course. The compressor, yeah, the compressor is not a bad choice as well. Because you can also do, because the compressor, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, has native base electric, or not electric, sorry, viral. So compressor, mod it for viral and corrosive and just go. But like, you don't really need viral priming or armor reduction with pyrotech, a Divine Retribution's Nezha. Especially if you're operating with any of the status effects that he has baseline, or that operate with it. For 100k in Steel Path, what are you putting on your build? Like, what's your build look like, Park? Are you using a helmet? All that good stuff. Page is so busted. Not gonna leave the dog general direction. Yeah. Hey, it's all been a while. How you doing? Does the guy start work on holding his one, or is the 4 thing? You summon while with his, you fill up your belly with his 1, which gives you charges to use the 4. Right? So you use the 1 to use the 4. Just like most of his other abilities, but you gotta use his 1. He's a hungry boy. You gotta put food in his belly before he does anything. Bubonico's alt fire can be set up as a primer, kills everything with debilitate. Yeah, that's I'm already cooking up some ideas with the Bubonico, Kudo Bubonico when that hits. Pyrotechnics, temples, and divine spears, 200% ability strength and mold. Yeah, so because this is what it should do. One of the things to remember with pyrotechnics is it's technically a frontal cone ability that goes where your reticle is facing. So if they're here, you put them up on spears and you look this way, the pyrotechnics isn't going to hit everything back here. But if you go like this and look that way, then it's going to hit everything. So you might just need, like, not, it could just be a playstyle issue where you just need to be targeting your reticle towards the largest pack of enemies in order to activate pyrotechnics properly. Ronlin, how you doing? Probably mispronounced that, but how you doing? Make sure you have a line of sight. Yeah, so when you're running the spears, it is a line of sight. The spears go through line of sight, so you'll hit enemies that you can't see, but pyrotechnics itself requires line of sight, and it targets around your reticle. So that's the kind of the little bit of the trick to it. Do you know anything about Coda Liches? Yeah, I have all of the weapons and all of them at 60%. What's up, Thunder? I might be able to help you. Oh, that's somebody's necromech. Okay, as a reminder, we're heading out at 20 here, peeps. And Park, I do have a number of builds of Nezha over on the channel. So if you're needing like a little bit of inspiration for your build, there you go. Whee! Hello, you've gotten you a Gyre Prime. Heck yeah, Cool King. How you been? That's awesome to hear. Good, me? I'm doing pretty good. Just having ourselves a nice little relaxy day. Having some fun. And yeah, Park, if you want me to, I'll show you what this build does in the semi. Obviously, you know, enemies will be all nicely grouped up for us, but I can sort of see. You're stuck at 95% progress. Okay, so once I get out of here, I'll give you like, it's a little bit easier to show you in the menus. So like once I get out of here, I'll show you what to do. It's a little bit hard to show without the menu, if that makes sense. But I'll be done here in like 3 or 4 minutes, so just sit tight. And I'll be happy to show you, just in case maybe there's something you're missing. Have you figured out what one of the antivirus mods you need to use, Thunder? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say that? Didn't Ezra get maxed? Very good. Of course he did. We got double affinity. What am I thinking? Of course we did. Just shoot into the void. Maybe you'll hit something. I cast magic missile into the darkness. It's an old meme, sir, but it checks out. Yeah, you know a code? Okay, so when you you do have to actually do the duet, like, so has a duet shown up in this time that you've been having problems? Because it won't, I don't think it goes up to 100% until you have a duet, which is like when they invade into your 99 mission and you have to stab them. You have to fight the band members. So you may just need to be waiting until the duet starts. That could be a problem for you. Or could be the source of the problem. Like, have you had a duet happen recently and it's still not, it's still stuck at 95? Is it worth going magnetic bonus on the basses because the mites always force magnetic anyways? I mean, it's never a bad thing because it's another status chance and also gives fire rate using the magnetic mod. I probably wouldn't go magnetic progenitor personally. Thunder, how you doing? I probably wouldn't go magnetic progenitor personally. I would probably go into like heat, electric, or toxin. The weapon does have multi-gun co as well from galvanized savvy, so it is worthwhile to have a wide spread of statuses. But like you said, since it already has magnetic through the mites, you don't necessarily need to go that direction, but it can be useful if you want some fire rate. To Extractamo, we're out of here. Run Boy Run by Woodkid. Yeah, I got that on here on the playlist, but no, this is Fat Rat. I believe this is Mono Day by the Fat Rats with Laura Bream. It's just people keep immediately killing both glitches, so you can't test which of the 3 mods you have left to check. Okay, so yeah, so you don't know what your, so it sounds like you don't know what your actual mod that you need is. He's got 10 Aya from Baro. Ooh, tasty. Huh, sounds like you've been having some pretty bad luck then there. You may want to go into like, I don't know, a solo run. Like, honestly, Thunder, you may just need to go into a solo run.
Your hard work is really paying off.
In order to do that. I'm trying to think of who I know who's got a video that could explain this better than me. I think Flynn's got one. Yeah, this video should still be up to date. Nothing's changed here. Do you have a oh, actually, Thunder, this is a better question. Do you have a coda? Or are you just accidentally fighting other people's codas? This is gonna sound like a really dumb question. Other 4, so now you got 10 IO for big deal. It was a grinding IO. Nice. Vobbing build here a month ago, but you have an issue with survivability. You'll have to resend me your build, Nameless Nate. I barely remember what happened 35 seconds ago. Yeah, then Thunder, I would probably check out Iflin's video. This one here. Iflin did a fully extensive guide on how to do the codas, so maybe I would go through that, double check. You would not have 95%? Oh yeah, that's true, yeah. That's true. I'll probably go through Flynn's video there. Because this sounds like a really niche case odd thing that's happening to you. Like nothing I've heard about what you're experiencing is not anything that I can think of that would be problematic, because the Coda adversaries, when it's your Coda adversary, you should be able to stab them. They don't despawn until you stab them with your paras on. Maybe he's redoing the mission instead of doing others. Oh yeah, that could be it. That could be it. Are you doing the missions where the Codas are active, or are you going into the same mission over and over again? Because you have to like go through the rotation of the missions. Right? Are you going, there should be like a green blob on the mission to say that they're active on that tile or on that objective. There'd be like a green blob here. Are you just running the same mission over and over again? Yeah, you're doing active Coda missions? Okay. Yeah, I don't know then, Thunder. I'm sorry. Sounds very odd. Check out Flynn's video, see if there's anything that you're doing in there that's like not suggested, or if you're missing something. But it sounds like you should have it, because the Coda antivirus system is really, really easy. You just need to find the one code and then you put on the other two for the potency stuff. So I don't know. I'm sorry. This is a little bit of an odd one for me. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get purple ads. See you in a second. I was just about to get that link, actually. Redacted. Also, what you can all do is come join our Discord. Everybody and everybody's, of course, welcome to join. Please read the rules and don't break them. But feel free to come join our Discord. We might be able to give you some, either, if not myself, maybe someone else can give you a hand. We have a very happy and helpful community who are always happy to give a hand on things. Sorry, I'm just answering some messages here. Okay, Gray, what you got? A Sonika, cool, bro. This is one of my favorite companions. Haste deflection for more shield tree charged, unleash, reinforce, tandem, fetch, redirection, savagery. Unleashed, yeah. What does peculiar audience even do? When you kill an enemy, it has a chance to do like a clapping audience, you know, like a sitcom laugh track thing. Applause track. Yeah, looks good to me. Nothing to say on here. Disorder. 100 synergy, so you boost up your crit above 50%, because 100 synergy gives you a bunch of crit. Burning claws, perfectly fine. Radon claws. What do I usually run instead of this? What do I usually run instead of this? I usually don't run this. I'm trying to remember what I run instead of that. Oh, oh no, you got that. What are you missing here? Oh, the mecha mod. The mecha mod, even if you're not doing a mecha set, gives you like a bunch of status stuff. Now they got burning claws instead of shocking claws. The mecha mod for Kubros. For Kubro claws. Played with Loki, so companion's invisible. Heads up, if your companion's invisible, your companion's not going to be attacking. I don't think so. Just as a heads up. Yo! Oni, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Super appreciate you. Totally not necessary, but incredibly generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For your goat? Well, you don't even have your own sub, Oni. You need a sub. What the heck? Make sure you get yourself treated too. Sheesh. Thank you so much, though. Appreciate you. Jay's the only companion that turns off while invisible. Yeah, I always get that mixed up. Is that how it is? My brain always breaks. Like, I always forget. It's the Heroes and the Shade that don't attack when they're invisible, but all of the companions do. But wasn't there a hotfix that did that? Am I losing my mind? Does anyone know what the hell I'm talking about? There's so much random info in Warframe, my brain just breaks down. I remember there being something with companion invisibility. Why am I losing my mind? There was something recently with companions and invisibility that they've hotfixed. Anyway, I'm not gonna look into it. But yeah, if the companion's still attacking, then ignore me. Like, this is just a me being not, you know, here. It's only Ghost in the Sock, IRC. Yeah, I always forget. If you're on Mecha on Kubro, run electric, not heat, on the claws because there are problems with heat inherent. True. I always forget that sometimes the companions mess up heat inherent. Speaking of mecha mods, is something that you'd be wasted on Nezha consider you're spreading mods, mat status anyway. I mean, it's like perfectly fine to have, but you're not really getting any major bonus out of it. You know what I mean? Shade and Heroes typically will not attack while invis, however the Heroes can attack while invis if it has the frenzy postured. Oh. Companions can mess up heat inherent. Yeah, companions are a little bit weird with heat inherent right now. If they go first, obviously, like they're applying the heat status effect first, then it can mess it up. Watch VOD since your son's bus came. Hello, small child. Normally run Dorigia, so you're not used to Kubros yet. Yeah, I don't think that there's any problems there. But again, and like, it's one of those random weird things in my head that just kind of doesn't function. Kubros only cloaks as a bug? Oh. I thought that companions just went invisible when you were invisible. Am I losing my mind? I'm losing my mind. I don't play invisible. I find invisible very boring, so that's largely the reason why. Gyroprop Nautics, just because we were chatting about it? Yeah, that's kind of what Warframe community does. We're a weird bunch here. Loki absolutely cloaks his companions. His enemies will not attempt to attack it. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I could just pop into this simi, just like double check here real quick if we really feel like it. Yeah, invis frame equals invis companion. That's what my understanding was. Again, my brain don't work good sometimes, so sometimes Zeno do forget these weird little niche things. Why don't we just double check? Invisible equals invulnerable, not so fun for you? Yeah, that's kind of what happens to me too. Not a huge fan of invis tech. Not that it's bad, just not for me. Super Spreader. Hiya. Okay. Super Spreader's invisible. Huh. It does attack while invisible. I didn't know that. Did my cam freeze? Oh no. Oh no. Last time my camera froze and I tried to fix it, it crashed the stream. Okay, hold on. It crashed my computer last time this happened. Hold on. Let me find my camera. Webcam. There we go. Okay, so yeah, your companion can apparently attack while you're invisible. At least my Panzer is. Look at him go. There goes my hero. Everything except for sentinels. Oh, okay. Was that what I'm misconstruing in my brain? Yeah, okay. So as long as it's attacking, they're doing fine. Yeah. Don't fix it. It's an okay picture of me. I hate pictures of me. I really dislike photos of me, which is hilarious because my screen's on the internet every day. Hey, look, the rare thing. And yes, I understand the irony of it, but I just don't like pictures. Like, I'll take pictures for all y'all at TennoCon, but like, generally speaking, I don't like pictures. Look, we did it! We did it! 100 form on the boy! We did it! Yay! Who's next? Look at all the form I have on my frames. What the hell? Whenever someone asks, be like, how many forma have you put on your frames? And they're just gonna do this. Be like, burp. Saren? No. Do we have what do we have on our 100 sub bombs? 200 forma on Nezha for 100 sub bomb. 100 forma Stug. Invert controllers for a day. Southpaw shoulder for a week. Warframe alphabet challenge. 100 forma Stug. No ciphers for a week. Finally do my LR5 test. No X frame for a week. Can only use X weapon type for a week. 200 forma on Nezha. Cerno's short series. What's Southpaw? It's when you move your camera off to the right hand side instead of the left hand side. Hundred forma frame of choice. This is a 100 sub bomb, so if you gift 100 subs at a singular time, you get to choose one of these challenges. Nameless Nate, what you got, Vobin? We do love Vobin. Here's the Vobin you're talking about, shield getting mods and rolling guard, but still feels like you're not able to live long. Yeah, if you're having problems surviving with catalyzing shields and rolling guard, then it's certainly a playstyle issue, Nate. Right? Because this, one cast of anything will bring back your shields. So it might just be one of those things of, like, getting used to shield gating. I usually listen for the sound effects. And then I know that I need to recast something, and I find that to be very, very helpful. If not that, then I would say probably look into, like, Arcane Circumvent to roll through enemies to steal their shields and armor and overguard. That's another excellent option. Why would one need that many forma? Largely for the memes. Slide over some forma blueprints? If only I could trade forma blueprints. If only that was a thing. Just be absolutely sure you unpause your AI with your Kubro and watch the AI wander around with your Kubro, tore them apart. Yeah, so it must have been the Sentinels what I was thinking of before. Hey, Lion, how you doing? I don't want to listen to this song. Not for any particular reason, I just don't want to listen to it. Yeah, if you're not able to survive with this type of thing, I would definitely say it's a it's just a playstyle thing. If you're having issues getting used to shield gating, I understand it took me a while to get to that point as well, Nate. The only other thing I would say is circumvent, right? You don't necessarily need a huge amount of duration on here, so you could drop concentration into circumvent, and then you should be pretty good. And then at that point, you would probably get rid of catalyzing shields for something else. Like more range or more strength. And then you use the auger mods plus brief respite as the emergency shield generator. Quick review of how Exalted Melees are working. Exalted Melees now have access to the Acolyte mods. So if you remember those from back in the day, so that's like Blood Rush and Weeping Wounds. And they also have Arcanes now. That's really the only difference. They're the pseudo-exalteds are not a thing anymore. So you may remember pseudo-exalteds on like Korra. She now has her own whip claw here. Right? So you mod out the whip claw itself. Oh my lord. Fine, I'll put on a freaking lens here just so you stop showing up here. Sure, a greater Zeneric, why not? I don't know, we'll throw on... No, I don't want to put a Forma. Naramon, sure. Am I just putting lenses on stuff so that I never see that message again in my life? Yes. Yes, I am. Because I have a billion extra lenses. So exalted weapons are just your ability uses the weapon that you mod out. So Ash, for instance, his fourth ability uses Shadow Clone's Prime. Huh. So use the ability when you cast it. So in this case, Bladestorm will use the mods on your Shadow here. Now you can build One Punch Atlas. Yep. So Atlas has a landslide normal option here for you. So you no longer need to be building the weapon to affect the ability, right? So you'd have to previously, it was a pseudo exalted. You would have to build out a melee weapon and then use it as your stat stick for your ability. Now it is just like a, you know, you probably remember Excalibur, right? Excalibur has his own blade. Now all of these frames have their own blade. I have just informed of something. Steam. One moment, please. I need to install something before I've been told that I'm being a degen tonight. What are we playing? We're playing this? All right. You think I can install this while I'm streaming and playing Warframe? Think I can do all of that at once? PoE, yeah, Rue and I are gonna go be degens tonight. Remember, if stream crashes, it is Rue's fault. It's all Rue's fault if stream crashes. Yeah, it's all your fault, Rue. Literally only possible thing. So going back to your sort of question, the other thing that changed with exalted weapons is exalted weapons can now get arcanes on them. So a new class of arcanes were added into melee weapons. So you can put these onto your exalted weapons. This includes pseudo exalted weapons like Atlas's fists. Melee influence is like the best one. Just like as a heads up, this is like the best arcane on the game right now for melees without really much of an argument. Melee Kreen can be useful, but especially for exalted weapons, melee influence is just way too good. And these mods can now be put on exalted weapons. Previously, these were not able to be put on exalted weapons. So Blood Rush, you probably remember. Weeping Wounds, you probably remember. Both of these can now go on here. Whereas before you couldn't. Hey, movie time. Wow, you know what? It's actually downloading pretty quick. While I'm streaming. I'm kind of surprised by that. Damn. Listen, I hate Bell. But... But... I despise Bell. You have a question? I have possibly an answer for you when I get back from this ad break. Sorry, I gotta run a quick ad break, movie. But I will answer your question when I get back because I also just need to go stretch my back and get some water. So you sit right tight. I'll be right back, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to a sub to a turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. We'll be right back. And then I'll answer any question that you have there, movie. See you in a second. All right. Okay, movie. What was your question you had? What was your question? You know what? I haven't played my Caliban in a while. Arcane Hotshot, you can't find a clear answer? Okay, so Arcane Hotshot can be farmed by doing Temporal Archimedia or Elite Temporal Archimedia. It comes from there. If you're at the point where you have a bunch of spare arcanes, you can go to the Vossro Trade-In with Lloyd in the Sanctum Adonomica, and I'll quickly show you that. Give me one moment here, and I'll quickly show you. You just go over here, and you go to Arcane Dissolution. You go to Dissolve Arcanes. You grab the arcane that you have a bunch of. You go like this, you go like this, you go like this, you go like that. Is it a Gamba? Yes, it is a Gamba. Yeah. And then it's under Havania. So you can see it there. Hotshot. I'll go for 10 because why not? Triple truculence? What the hell? And then it has a chance to show up in here. So yes, it's a little bit of a Gamba, but if you got a bunch of spare arcanes, you're not really going to be using them for anything. So I just got a universal fallout.
Company is always welcome.
Did I change my loadout for Caliban? Don't know. Hey Jinx, been a while. How you doing? Oh wait, it's the song you forced me to like. It's a bop, yo. When we were hanging out a few weeks back with Rue, I was like, Rue, you need to try these headphones. He's like, no man, I can't afford these headphones. Do you go Kaya or Necroloid? I would actually suggest both. Movie. You can buy one guaranteed every week with the Pix chips, but I would still do both. Baro, bring any new cosmetics decorations. If you watch the short in the pinned comment there, Fade, the information you're looking for is there. I would, but yeah, movie, just because of the rarity of Hotshot, I would recommend doing both. I would do, both, Kaya farm through Temporal Archimedia, Elite Temporal Archimedia / her shop for buying one a week, and Hotshot, just because it is a lower drop chance. Yeah. You can use your full charge for Netracell? Yeah, so if you're using your full charges for Netracell, then you want to go into, to Void's, recycling center. Yeah, I do love my Strun. Okay, who wants to join me for survival? Omni survival. Riaz, you were just with, oh, but you crashed, so we'll bring you back. Or you had to leave. Hassal, Judal, you were already with us a little bit earlier there. Hassal, what's your in-game name? And Halo, you were on deck. Okay, invites out. Just, you know, we like to rotate people out so that lots of people can come get streamer man luck. Eldrin Blueprint, if I got it. I don't think I do, though. Who are we missing here? Halo Knight. Is it subs only? No. Everyone's allowed to join. I don't do that. No. Everybody's allowed to join. I'm not, I mean, I could do that, but no, I don't. Hi, Mayo, how you doing? Put you on deck, Sleepy? Sure. Where saw that? Nameless. Finishing last stage of a bounty? Okay. Be quick. Ground Zero. What should Gath look like? Ooh, that's really pretty. Ooh. Ooh, that's really pretty. Wesker, what you got? Oh, we saw that earlier. Did we see your rally? I think we did. Yes, we did. What's your Godfa look like? So one thing I really recommend with the Godfa is shred. Right, more hits, including hitting through enemies, will activate its unique trait. So like you got 2 toxin mods, I would replace this for this, and you might want to just go 1 combo element and get in galvanized aptitude on here just for more base damage, but like totally up to you whether or not you want to do that. But yeah, I would replace one of these and get shred on here for the punch through and fire rate. Accidentally declined the invite. What the frig? Drink my water. Okay, Jinx. Hey, Davy, how you doing? Welcome in. Bomb shot. I don't pay attention to in-game chat for when we're getting squads together here. And you said you're looking for a Hildren Prime blueprint. Hildren Prime blue. Don't have any. I think you asked me that last time. Yeah, sorry, I don't really pay attention to in-game chat just because I get sent so many PMs for people wanting me to take a look at their builds. What happened? I don't know what you're talking about, Jelly. Need more relics. Build for Valk? Yeah, so if you want to, send me a private message in game with your Valk build. My in-game name is the same as my stream and channel name, so pretty easy for you to grab. Whole look link rant. You literally have someone who works at DE as a mod. Yeah, but also that doesn't mean that they have the say to do any of that. You know? Also, it's not really my place to tell them or ask them to send off, you know, requests like that. That's a little bit rude because they're usually just hanging out here as viewers. Yeah, this is a good room. Let's hang out here. Ooh, Tesla. Ooh, what's this? Red crits on secondaries. We do love red crits on secondaries. How can you send it? You haven't done that before. So you open up a private message using /W and then my username, which is Zenosfire. You open up a private message to me, and then you, inside of your arsenal or inside of your appearance tab, there is a little chain link icon up in the top right that says either link config in chat if you're wanting to send mods, or link look in chat if you're wanting to send fashion. Oh, Tesla. Oh, yes, Tesla. Big homes. Bears. Need something to eat and lots of cuddles? What a go kitty. We love the kitty cat. Nice. What kind of kitty? What color kitty? Does your kitty have brain cells or only one brain cell? Is orange kitty? Whee! Hey, stop that. Stop that. Stop calling your older brother. He's busy at work.
Your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Super smart kitty? Oh, what a good kitty. Space between the first one. So /W space Zenosfire. Away. I see some life support. I'm just going to eat up that life support. So tasty. Whee! Explosions! This is the most just unnecessary amounts of damage build out there. The Tesla Nervo's explosions are just hilarious on this build. Used to pretend money. Used to play pretend to make me money.
Life support.
Money. Sense it? Are you a Warhammer fan? Based off your name, it sounds like you're a Warhammer fan. I can't take a look at builds when I'm inside of a mission, so I'll take a look at your build once I'm done here. The fun, you know, so I used to work for Games Workshop, so I've like, I love Warhammer's story. I haven't been keeping up with it for the last couple of years, but it was always really funny to people being like, man, Ultramarines are just like boring. And then you read the Battle for Calth and it's like, oh, they're actually gods of war, right? I forgot why the Ultramarines were the most successful chapter. It's because they're gods of war. Oh yeah. Rabute's actually a monster. I'm gonna headbutt a spaceship. Battle for Calth was such a good series. Or like the Horus Heresy was all such a good series. Except for that one with the Abyss. That was a terrible, terrible, terrible novel. We don't talk about Battle for the Abyss. It was awful. People got tired of them already winning, but they were so cool. Question, why does Tech Brain have that tendril? So it can interface with your computer and make computer babies. Yeah, same reason why you have that tendril. Or, I mean, if you don't have that tendril, because, you know, you're not of that variety. You see, when a Tech Marine loves a computer very, very much, hey, look, it's Zoog. I'm gonna grab the Rhino Prime. Your friend said you look like a strategist. Maybe it'll be Rebuke. Or what he likes to call Ultra Smurf Primarch. I mean, I do love my Smurf Primarch. The one connected to his backpack thing? Yeah, so when a Space Marine loves another Space Marine so much, they make a little servitor. When a Tech Marine loves a Dreadnought. Do you see that they added a Tech Marine into Space Marine 2? Seems really cool, actually. I haven't played Space Marine 2 at all. One of my friends gave it to me. I just never had time to play it, so maybe I'll go back and like check it out. It seems like one of those games where it's kind of like the slow burn Helldivers thing, you know what I mean? Which actually, you know what? I saw another interesting thing. Marathon is doing battle passes similar to how Helldivers does them. Which, like, that's kind of cool. Whether or not Bungie will try to screw people over and ruin their whole entire game again, that's always a great question, but, you know. We'll have to wait and see. Not even 10% of the lore? Yeah, I haven't touched Warhammer at this point in years. I think I just need to like sell all my Warhammer. Don't trust Bungie as far as you can throw it. I'll give them at least like the benefit of the doubt. We'll see how it goes for the first couple of weeks. Well, I mean, they said that they wanted people to hold off on reviewing until their monetization thing is out. And that kind of sounds really scummy, if I'm going to be honest. Because I don't trust Bungie at the moment yet. So we'll have to see sort of, we'll have to see sort of how it plays out, you know? Who's Bungie? Bungie. Destiny 2, Halo, Marathon, that dev. I kind of wish Tesla Nervos had, like, they would all keep active until they all died off, and then you would lose all of them, so then you can just, like, respawn them all in with a single cast instead of, like, losing some efficiency there. But doesn't sound like Bungie's confident in their product. It just kind of sounds like, I don't know, it sounds odd. I don't know if it's confident in their product, but it sounds odd. Like, requesting reviewers to not release reviews until after the monetization model is out fully in like a few weeks feels like a choice, certainly. Let me put it that way. Because you know what that means? I'm just not going to play the game until their monetization model's out. I'm not going to look at Marathon until that happens. So Bungie's released a new game called Marathon. It's think Arc Raiders made by Bungie. That's essentially what it is. No. What I mean is I'll give them the benefit of the doubt for once we see it. Like, I'm not going to say that it's a terrible game until we see the whole entire what they're actually doing with their monetization. Like, that's more what I mean by when I say benefit of the doubt. I want to see what their full monetization method is until I start to care or think about the game. You just don't like extraction shooters? I've never really been a big fan of extraction shooters. Like, Arc Raiders was pretty fun. Like, I had a good time with that. But I'm also not going to be, like, rushing out to check out an extraction shooter, if that makes sense. I'm a PvE player at heart. I don't really care for PvP very much. Unless it's Dota and Deadlock, then I care about it. But, you know. The stream stopped for like 15 seconds. Well, that sounds like it's on you. Is it a good deal? I don't know. Check Warframe.market. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, twitch sub to Turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a second. Be gone. Be gone. Whee! Hey, get down from there. Too much stress on PvP? I just I get very tilted in PvP games. So I just don't play them anymore because I just find them to be too stressful. And it's usually I'm not getting tilted at teammates, I'm getting tilted at myself because I always blame myself for when things are going poorly for myself. Because I'm of the belief you can only be in control of your own actions. So when I'm playing PvP games, I usually get a little bit tilty. Hey, Feather, been a while. How you doing? Made with their cosmetics? I don't know. Because rants are usually one of two things. Something that gets a person timed out, or something that I agree with, and there's very few times where it's in between. So if you think it's something that's going to get you timed out, then I'm going to say don't. But if you think it's something that's not going to get you timed out, then you feel free to. Is Marathon good? I mean, I don't know. I'm not checking it out until they fully release their monetization model. I refuse to even look at the game until then. You see your hand shaking? Oh my lord. Yeah, I mean, like, I honestly, I just love MOBAs. Like, I've been playing a little bit of Deadlock, and I'm not very good at it, and it's just been, like, making me want to go back and play Dota. Champion skins was a special skin for each class tied to a specific chapter. Oh, that's kind of cool, but what's the rant about it? Stop playing after 2 years and lost your account. Oof. Oof. Bop. You're gonna go, Judali? No worries. You have yourself an excellent rest of your night. We'll be back tomorrow. Possibly on Warframe, or it depends on how hooked I get on Path of Exile tonight with Rue. Camera froze again? Why is that doing that? Hello? Now it's just gone for good. Interesting.
Looks like you could use a bit of life support.
Well, that's odd. Oh, there we go. Weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why it keeps freezing. I don't, how did I end up down there? What? Well, I gotta look into why my camera keeps breaking. Maybe this is my computer telling me that I was right to want a new camera. Maybe this is the, hey Zenos, you were right in wanting a new camera. Chapter 2 is the classes, why the Ultramarines, the heavy class, while the Salamanders, the snipers. You think Raver Guard would be better for snipers, the Salamanders, and Peel Fist would be better for the heavy class? Oh, yeah, you're right. That is weird. Like, I would always think, like, Salamanders would be, like, more a veteran class? At least it's not new RAM. Oh, my lord, if it's new RAM, I'm gonna lose my shit. Yeah, I don't know why my camera would be freezing. Like, if Iron Hands isn't the tech priest, that's a riot right there. That's Zenos is writing a strongly worded email. Like, if Iron Hands isn't the tech priest, they are just wrong. I hate to say it. You have a really well built out 2K army for Salamanders? Oh no, guys, I can't get back into Warhammer. I'm poor. Even though I've got like 3 armies sitting in the closet that I still haven't gotten rid of. What the hell? What are you doing up there? I just saw that out of the corner of my eye. Like, what the frig? Blood Angels, or if not Blood Angels, Raven Guard. They're checking for Voca? True. Even they need Voca. True and real. Raven Guard's Assault? Raven Guard would make sense. You guys fight with painted figures? I mean, yeah, I used to be a Games Workshop manager in a previous life. I had a full Ultramarine, no, not Ultramarines. I had a full Iron Hands company at one point. 100 minis, the whole company based off of what was in the codex. I had every single model. I made the whole thing and painted it all up. It was great. I had a goblin army during 8th edition fantasy that had over 250 models in it. And that sucked. Never try to paint 250 very small models. You will lose your brain. Dark Angels, Bulwark, and Raven Guard Assault. Yeah, see, that makes sense. Huh. Yeah, I mean, Tech Marines better be Iron Hands. That's the only right answer. Dark Angels or Black Templars? No. Black Templars are Imperial Fists. Our Imperial Fist successor. I still got some of that random knowledge rattling around in my brain. Whee! Whee! Burp, burp. Burp. Burp, burp, burp. How's your Linux project going? Well, the problem is with the Linux project is I need a new hard drive. And I don't know if you've noticed, but AI has been ruining all happiness in life, including being able to get a new hard drive. So the Linux plan is on cooldown until hard drive prices become something that is not being devoured by shareholder value. Hard drives also got higher. Yep. Basically anything and everything to do with technology has been screwed by AI. You hope the AI bubble finally pops this year? I mean, NVIDIA did a very interesting thing saying that they're not investing in anybody anymore. Recently, they announced that like this week or something. I don't think that there's a Warhammer specific chat in the Discord. If we want one, we can make like a tabletop chat. Renting hard drives from massive tech companies? Yeah, I'm never doing that. I'll just become homeless instead. AI has got some really great uses when it comes to analytics and like medical tech, and like that's about it. That's quite literally it. Oh, I could see, you know what, who else I could see as like a librarian? The Blood Ravens. See, the Blood Ravens should be the librarian class in that game. Because like the Blood Ravens lore is like they're all about like psyker stuff, and they have like an unusually high level of psychers, if I remember correctly. Is the whole Blood Raven Wars lore. One of the founder chapters? I don't think that there's a non-heretical founder chapter that would fit a librarian. Maybe Dark Angels? Like Dark Angels, they do like a lot of librarian stuff, but like, if not them. Technically they're Space Wolves. They're not librarians. They're very important. Those are shamans. Very important difference. Please get it right. How dare you? How insensitive of you. I can't believe you would say that. Thinking that Vikings would have librarians. No, they're wolf priests. Get right. They're not librarians. They're not psychers. They use the power of the wilds. And they definitely have only 1,000 Space Marines, everybody. Don't forget. Definitely only 1,000 Space Marines. Nothing more. They swear. I always love the Space Wolves. They're just like, that's nice, dear. I'm gonna have 10,000 Space Marines and you can't do shit about it. Well, you're only allowed having 1,000. Fine, we'll have only 1,000 of the base Space Marines then. How about that? And they're just like, wait, no. It's like, you said I could only have 1,000 Space Marines. These aren't Space Marines. These are Wolf Priests. They're very different. Who are you going to argue with? Bjorn? You want to argue with a guy who fought with the Emperor beside him for fun? You want to fight with that guy? The guy who knows all your secrets and can just tear down your whole entire society because he says, screw you. That's why you're going to argue with him? He's really angry. Okay, yeah, fine. You can have more than 1,000 Space Marines. That's what I thought. Anyway, point me in the direction of the next idiot who needs to die. I gotta go find Valhalla. Space Wolves, in a nutshell. Save buttons when you add Forma. You don't forget the build. Yeah. I mean, at that point, you need to get Master Rank 30. Merge with the Warframe universe. How would every faction react? I feel like Tenno would be attempted to be wiped out by the Space Marines. Be like, you're clearly all psychers. You all need to die. Basically, not the Legion? No. They're the chapter Legion. They're not a chapter. I love Space Wolves. They're so silly. Okay, Rand Extract nerds. Patia Prime build and drip for your consideration. I consider it garbage. I don't know. I'm joking. Sorry. It's no, it's not daily standing capped. It's a difference. It's not really a syndicate. It's like a syndicate in name, but not really. I mean, if the warp is the same thing as the void in Warframe, it does make sense. It's basically the warp. If you think about it, the void is just the warp. Hey, thanks. How about you die? Thanks. We are missing Moth. It's fine. Halo Knight, we're leaving. Yeah, see, the problem with that whole concept is this one word called exterminatus. They would just look at Earth and be like, oh well, boo, planet dead. Right? Like, everyone seems to forget that Space Marines can just blow up a planet if they feel like it. The Tenno, they can't stop a literal planet buster. I hate to say it. I'll wait for Halo Knight so that you don't get host migrated. They won't blow up Holy Terra? It's not Terra. That's not Terra. Oh, I got left behind. Oh, I see. I got left behind. Wait, Halo Knight, jump off extract. Come over here. Come over here. You need to reset it. Halo. 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 Halo, you need to get off extract. Halo. Halo, you need to get off extract. He thinks that you're not there. Halo, you need to get off extract. Halo, you still need to get off extract. Get off extract. It's bugged. Why are you not leaving? Because I keep telling you to get off extract! Get off extract! You need to reset it. Get off extract. There you go. Now go back on extract. There you go. I'm not upset. This was a meme. You're fine. Don't worry. Tele can destroy planets too. Atlas is canonically punched a meteor to death. A meteor is very different than a planet. And its size we think is the same size as a meteor that caused the dinosaurs. Yeah, but like it's still very different than a planet. I think you need to get off extract. Yeah, it's all good. Earth is Holy Terra? Not with what they've done. If you send a Space Marine to what happened in the Origin system, you think they would think that's Terra? They'd be like, nah, this is some warp Voidborn shit. Blow it up. They would look at it and be like, nah, that's not Terra. There's no Golden Palace here. Blow it up. They're lying. They're heretics. Few seconds behind? No, it's all good. That happens all the time, Commander. That's the stream. Don't worry, you're all good. I'm just kidding around. No, Atlas punched a space rock the size of Earth in one punch. That's not what someone else said. Someone go find a source. Yeah, just send me the build movie if you haven't already. Been a hot man since Captain Warhammer, so in terms of power, it might be a lot closer than you think. It's more of the fact that, you know, how many Tenno are there and how many thousands of Space Marines are there? You know? That's the problem. No, it's always one of those things of like, who would beat who? Would Guardians beat Tenno? Would Tenno beat Space Marines? Bop, 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 bop. You know, virus bomb, then terraform it? Nah, just blow it up. Space Marines. Hey, that looks like a lot of heretical bullshit. Hey, is that an AI? That Cephalon there looks like an AI. That sounds like techno heresy. That sounds like bull. And then the Tyranids show up. And they look at the Infested and say, oh, that's cute. It's Scarlet Works versus Jean Grey all over again? Yeah, basically. Okay, so... you don't need Umbral Fiber here. The reason why I say you don't need Umbral Fiber is Warcry gives you 1 billion status armor, and then Hysteria multiplies that number by 3. So you're already set at 1,000, and you're status immune while in Hysteria, so you don't actually need Umbral Fiber here, or Steel Fiber here. I would replace Steel Fiber with, like, honestly, just more power strength. Valkyrie is very much high strength frame, right? Because strength goes into here, 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 if you're running Wrathful. So I'd say get some more power strength on here. Like Archon intensifies a little bit of strength, and then obviously Hysteria. I think Hysteria is a health steal activates Archon intensify. You don't, in my opinion, you don't really need Arcane Persistence. Because her passive is just as good. So I would probably just use her passive. I don't really think Arcane Persistence is all that important on her. But like, it's not a bad choice by any stretch of the means. It also allows you to really easily do the Hunter Adrenaline tech on here. But yeah, I would say you don't need this armor, right? Because you have 1,000 here, and then depending on what your power strength is, this gives you even more, and then this gives you even more. You haven't sent me the rest of your config. Bulwark? Yeah, but why? The question then is, why are you using Bulwark when you got Wrathful here? Also, again, you'll be at 1,000 armor base, and then whatever this is giving you. So if you have 0% power strength, this is actually 1,500 armor, and then this is actually 2,500 armor. With Hysteria and Warcry going. Right? And that's without any power strength. So even with that, Bulwark caps out at 500. Just from Warcry, you're capping out Bulwark. If you're playing, if you're going into Bulwark for some reason on her. If you're not playing, if you're playing more of a gun platform Valk, then you don't need Wrathful Advance and you should go into Roar. Also, I would make the argument for going into Roar anyway, because her claws on their own will already red crit with Blood Rush. So you don't necessarily need Wrathful Advance. Now that said, more crit chance is funny. And I'll never say no to funny amounts of crit chance and funny amounts of damage. So like, if you want it, go for it. It's not that it's bad choices, this is not what I would do. But I would say more power strength on here is really what you're looking for. Right? Warcry scales really well off of power strength, Wrathful Advance scales really well off of power strength, and Hysteria scales really well off of power strength. So that's what I would look at. Here's some more. I do have a few builds on the channel for Valkyr. This is up to date since her rework with her heirloom skin, so you can check out the video there. But yeah, it's just you don't necessarily need the armor. Is the long story short, because this gives you a bunch of armor and this gives you this armor times 3. So more strength equals out to being more armor here. For your Burson build though, everything here looks perfect. I'm not a big fan of the galvanized scope mods, just because I don't play ADS very much, but like if you play ADS and you're comfortable with it, then it's a perfectly fine choice. One thing that you might want to... Nah, you got Gilded Truth, you're fine. What are you running on it? Corrosive, so you got Corrosive Heat with Bulwark. Yeah, looks good. Nothing to say here. Slaughterman. Oh, well, you're going to be in an ad break, Slaughterman, so we'll take a look at that in a second. Aren't Tenno quasi-immortal and can't really be killed? Not that I know of, but I also don't really know the lore in Warframe very well. I'll be honest. I do want to do a lore playthrough of Warframe one of these days. Well, not just a lore playthrough, but like the whole entire yep. I want to do like a whole lore playthrough with a new one. Is Saren good? Yeah, Saren's one of the best frames in the game for weapon platforming. She's incredibly strong. Really, really funny tech. Especially with the Kuva Sobek. But that's because of like Kuva Sobek things. Drifter has dialogue speculating how mortal they are. They aren't sure. Yeah, it's kind of always the way it is. Velok's a good secondary. It's a fine secondary. Is Gyre good? All Warframes in the game are good. Just depends on how you want to play them. Sort of answer any further questions about any other Warframes if they're good. All Warframes can be powerful. All Warframes can do basically all things in the game. Just kind of depends on what flavor of murder you want to use. Slaughter, what you got? Protea. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these, but I'm just not a big fan of the 4. So like that's a me thing, not a you thing. Arcane Circumvent. I'd say you don't need Arcane Circumvent, right? Because you got your Grenade Fan and your armor stripping with these two. So there's not really much of a reason to be running Arcane Circumvent. So I'd probably drop this for Arcane Concentration, so you can lock more duration into Blazing Artillery and also Temporal Anchor for Temporal Artillery, Temporal Erosion. So I'd switch out, like this build looks great. The only thing I would say is swap out Circumvent for Concentration. Here, Slaughter. Ooh, I love this fashion. Prison Stakes Necros for level capping in a funny way. I think that's a really good choice to use on him. With triple Umbral and Blessing, he gets up to like 2200 health, so he has lots of breakpoints for persistence damage, 500 damage per second limitation. The only thing that you got to watch out for is, of course, healing yourself, which then you would just need to find a way to heal yourself, which is like the health orb generation. So you can do health orb tech with the yellow shards, increasing their effectiveness, plus restorative bond, and that really should be enough for you as long as you're killing enough enemies close enough to you. Made an OP build, done every quest. You don't know what to do now. Have you done arbitrations? Have you started and finished the Steel Path? Have you done all the side quests? Have you played with, you know, checked out other frames and their play styles and things like that? Subsume Well of Life for healing plus death skating. I mean, yeah, you can throw on Well of Life on there. Yeah, I mean, like, that's what Warframe sort of gameplay loop is. Once you're done the main story and the star chart and everything is going through the Steel Path, collecting things, trying out new builds, playing new Warframes, playing new weapons. And that's sort of the gameplay loop, is like messing around with stuff. Once you're at that point, like your weeklies, like ETA, EDA, Elite Temporal Archimedia, Elite Deep Archimedia, Archon Hunts, and that stuff. I really like that fashion, actually. That's a really nice color scheme. Slaughter. I like. Ollie, what you got? Ooh, Pretty Wisp. The Archimedias aren't that bad once you start getting into them. I actually really like the Archimedes. I like that they force us to have a variety of different builds and stuff. Thanks for helping with your J build, Falcon. No worries, more than happy to. Like I always say, swing by stream if you need any help. And if anybody wants to, you are more than welcome to come join our to come join our server on Discord. Can I check your aerial? No. Yeah, when I get to it. Ooh, that one looks good too. Ooh, putty. I'm not ever really a big fan of that ephemera though. Guys with the gate build, universal fallout, molt augmented, webbed embrace over the 2. Cool. What's your range? Good strength, prime sure footed. Yeah, it looks good to me. Because Cataclysm of the Gate scales off of range now. When it was first released, it didn't. So this is actually really, really solid. Yeah, I like this build. One thing that you could do is Umbral Intensify. Or, Umbral Intensify. Archon Intensify instead of Umbral Intensify is another option too. Because you can get healing from this, helps you there. What mod should you use on Valkyrie since you remove Steel Fiber? Switch your Vitality over to the slot where Steel Fiber was. And then put on more power strength. Yeah, no, I like this build. Looks good. Just keep in mind that you might run into some survivability problems with just this. So you may want to like think of maybe an adaptation on here, which would be removing Augur Secrets, just to give your health a little bit more survivability. A little bit tankier. It doesn't seem to proc enough for you to make it worth it for what? The Fallout? Fallout should be proccing constantly from these. Archon Intensify? Yeah, so Archon Intensify is like a little bit rando sometimes, I find. So that's why I run Umbral Intensify too on my build. So like I would keep going with that one personally. Energy conversion, so you lock more power strength into roar, crepuscular for more roar, and crit damage when you're invisible, growing power arc on stretch. Yeah, it looks good to me. What does it say here? Just make sure you're locking your strength properly into both roar and your reservoirs, and then you're good to go. Snapshotting, all that jazz. Sleepy, a Uriel. Molt augmented arcane rise on reload, weapon damage, primary weapons. I mean, it's fine. There's some other options for primary arcanes that give you a bunch of damage. Maybe look at those. I forget what they're called though. I probably wouldn't go into Boreal's Hatred here. Although having a bunch of shields isn't bad because Remedium does refill both your shields and your health, so it's like not necessarily a bad choice in any way. I would say maybe an adaptation instead of this. So then you have 90% damage reduction, and then you have Remedium to top you off, and then you kind of play into that loop. I don't think Precision Intensify is the way to go here on Uriel, personally, because I would rather have the strength in his other 3 abilities rather than just his 4th, because this is damage vulnerability, which is really good. Also, strength will increase your fire rate and the extra damage from Vithalis' rune. Here, it'll increase your amount of healing. It'll also increase the amount of health orbs dropped by Golfagor. Here, the strength doesn't really majorly matter, but especially on these 2 abilities, the extra strength can be really useful. I would run Archon Intensify on Uriel if you have access to it, because the damage that you deal to your summons through Demonium cast, and then when you heal them with Remedium, does activate Archon Intensify. So that's what I would recommend doing. I'd switch that with Archon Intensify. It's only 30% less power strength, so you're not losing a ton of strength on here, but you're gaining so much more for these other abilities. So long story short, Archon Intensify. And maybe a different arcane, because on the reload is a little bit frustrating sometimes. So, but again, this one's not like a bad choice in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, that's it. I also typically offload... Oh, you don't have any energy here. I typically offload Equilibrium into purple shards for Uriel, and then run a flow here instead. If you have some blue shards on your Uriel to get your energy maximum up, that's perfectly fine as well. But I find even just one purple shard giving equilibrium is more than enough. If you want to see my Uriel builds, just make sure that you take a read at the pinned comment in that video, because I was the sponsored creator for Uriel's video, so I was in the test server, so hotfixes changed a few things, and I updated the pinned comment with information that was necessary. Away with you. Bomb shot. Trinity. Ooh, I do love this Trinity. This Trinity armor is one of my favorites. I really love this Trinity set. Or at least that helmet's from this Trinity set. Yeah, this isn't the Trinity set that I'm thinking of. But that helmet's from that Trinity set. I really love that one. Ooh, nice cape. This is one of the few times I actually like that Syandana. Hey, Leo. Looking for arcane recommendations. Not sure what to put. Okay, Roar over the one. Fury, Guardian. I wouldn't run Guardian. You don't need Rolling Guard. Okay, so Prime Flow. Ready Seal doesn't really matter, but that's a personal preference thing. I wouldn't run Narrow-Minded. You don't really need super high duration. Just a continuity will do you fine. Prime Continuity. And I would say a lot more power strength on here for your build. More power strength into Roar. More power strength into Energy Vampire, so more energy, but more importantly, it's power strength into Link. More power strength you have, the more links you have, meaning more people getting their armor reduced, but Link also is a damage redirection function, which gives you status immunity, so that's why you don't need Rolling Guard. Because Rolling Guard is typically largely used as a status cleanse, and you don't need it if you have this. So I would probably just lean more on this, personally. I would also not run Streamline because you have energy on demand for Energy Vampire. So like I would remove this for more strength. You could throw on an adaptation for just stupid amounts of survivability, because then you would have 75% damage reduction by 90% damage reduction by 75% damage redirection, which is hilarious. Literally taking like less than 1% damage at that point. It's really funny. Oh wait, no, 75 by 75, so that would be 25, so then that would be 7.5, so then that would be, you'd be taking 2% damage ish. I would also, I don't think you really need Vampire Leech either, because Blessing, like, I'm not a big fan of Vampire Leech. Excess energy replenishes shields, but Blessing just refills your shields and your health. But if you're, you know, not caring about that, then yeah, Vampire Leech is fine for a little bit of shield tanking. For arcanes wise, armor's not super necessary for her. It's fine, but it's not super necessary. Lets you over shield for shield tanking. Blessing does give you over shields as well. So that's why I say that. If I remember correctly, Blessing gives you over shields. Blessing. Does Blessing not give you over shields? Does not restore or create over shields. Okay, I lied. I'm sorry. But even then, I would probably save the mod slot for like more strength or more range here. Yeah. What do you think about the Riven? I don't know. Have I taken a look at a Riven? Occupies beam weapon. Does projectile speed affect its beam? Yes, it affects the beam length. Projectile speed. Wait, no. Projectile speed doesn't. Wait, I assume you're talking about for a Riven gyro. No, I don't think projectile speed would affect it. Because beam length is a separate stat and a separate mod, so I don't think that affects it. Yeah, I would say more strength. Like, if you're going in for the overshields, I get where you're coming from. And that's totally fair if you're going with that. I personally just sort of play around Blessing more. So, like, I go Archon Intensify, or Archon, no, sorry. Umbral Intensify, Umbral Vitality, play around health tanking with the 75 by 90 by 75 damage reduction slash redirection. But again, if you want to play more of a shield tank, I see where you're going. Yeah. Zenos did something funny and surprisingly viable. Set it over. What you do? But yeah, for these, I mean, if you want to play into shield tanking, Aegis, right? Arcane Aegis to keep your shields going up. You don't need energy, so you don't need to worry about that. So you can also remove this. Molt augmented for more power strength, again for Link and Roar in this case. Probably what I would look at. If you want to see what mine looks like, just sort of for reference, it's a little bit different because I'm using Null Stars on my Trinity, but there is an option there. Full heal, full shield, and 75% damage reduction. Vampire Leech is nice for time more shields, or energy combination is really great. Yeah, and like it's nice for that, but for me, I just usually just am casting Blessing. It's not a long cast, but I also run cast speed charge, usually on my builds. Trumna. Fire rate? Fire rate? Also, Galvanized Aptitude is additive on this, but is multiplicative on direct hits for the radial attack, just as a heads up. But yeah, I would say fire rate. Vial acceleration specifically. You also run cast speed just for energy spamming for the duo and trail, and that's totally fair, yeah. It's like I said, I can only give you recommendations of this is what I would do. But ultimately, Warframe is a very personal preference game when it comes to builds and build crafting and build ideas. So like if you like it that way, you just ignore me. Hammer shot on Trumna, yeah, it's got a great status chance and great critical damage. Why wouldn't you? It's very good. Didn't notice the fire rate at all, mainly for the alt fire. Yeah, but the fire rate helps you get the alt fire going faster. That's kind of the logic I use with it. More strength plus augments. Good shout though. Play with that. Yeah, at least like, you know, give like a few things a try. See if it works. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. How does Trinity even work? Tank the frame. Valkyr Prime Talons. You don't need Fury here because you have Warcry for all your attacks, attack speed. I would highly recommend range because it has 100% follow through, just like all exalted weapons. So you just hit more people with it, right? So you'll get up to a 5.15 meter range. So I'd replace that with range. And you don't have any neutral damage on here. So I would replace Gladiator Might with Condition Overload or Prime Pressure Point. Condition Overload with a companion to status prime for you, like the Dirigia or a Hound or something like that. But yeah, range, some form of neutral damage here. For reference, if you take a look at if you take a look at my Valkyr build on the channel, my Valkyr Talons crit on the spin attack for 600 million. So if you're looking for like a sort of some reference point for Valkyr Talons, check out the video there. And I don't run it with influence. I think that influence is a trap on there. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so the new people look at pure ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, to a subscribe, otherwise it's type back. But yeah, for Valk, I would just take a look at my Valk Talons. I do run Exposure as well. I think Exposure is the best arcane on her, or Kareen. Kareen's wild on her, actually. Kareen's so crazy. Hello, would you like to damage cap? Yes, I would. Yes, I would like to have 2.5 times damage to all my melee attacks. That sounds great. Archon Charge, of which duration seems weird. You're probably gonna swap out Crimson for strength. I mean, there's like duration, having some duration on her is not bad because it just makes things last a little bit longer, right? But like you don't need narrow-minded levels of duration. Like a continuity, like a primed continuity is enough duration for Val. At least in my mind, that's the case. This build's also hella outdated. You made it before pre-rework. Yeah, the rework really did a good number for her. I really want to see more quality of life reworks like that, where they just improve the functionality of the frame without having to overdo stuff. There's a lot of frames that just need a quality of life pass to bring them up to 2025. So many frames that just need that. So I really hope that they invest in that this year, between now and Tau in 2020 in the winter. Leo, give you a fit check. Okay, I love the purple, but I want the purple to be more apparent. I don't know how you would get more purple on here, but I would love to see more of that purple. Am I addicted to purple? Yes, I am. I love purple. Melee status chance. If I remember right, you're looking for like initial combo counter. Well, it depends on what kind of build you're going for the Zenosfire. If you're playing for the blade going out doing stuff, you're looking for like melee combo counter, range, status chance, that type of stuff. Zenosfire's a weird weapon. Chrome is sitting in the back of the class waiting for a rework. Yeah, he needs some love. Yeah. Oh, we went over this earlier. What would we do? What kind of trinity is this? Pure support trinity? Yeah, see, that's the funny thing. A pure support trinity is still a fantastic weapon platform. Like, trinity is just like a wild frame. Here it's 77 because I'm running triple umbrals. Movie. Umbral mods, when you have more of them, the more powerful they get. So when you go here, right? Umbral Intensify 44, put on Umbral Vitality 55, put on Umbral Fiber 77. Banshee needs for a prime variance arm placement to be fixed. Okay, you know what? I appreciate the sentiment, but can you be a weapon for support as a pure weapon platform as a pure support? If you don't die, you can gun people down. If you aren't dead, you can do damage. Also, a baiting link reduces enemies' armor. You think Chroma needs rework? I think Chroma just needs a new 2, 1, and a 4. Dumb logic? Yeah, if you don't die, you do damage. It's pretty easy. You can't kill people if you're dead yourself. It's basics. Come on. You can't do damage if you're dead. Why do I have 2? Because when they did the account mergers during Crosslink, when it was first being deployed, they just gave you everything that was on the other account. So I had max rank, I had Umbral mods on my other account, so they just got transferred over. And there's not really a reason to delete them, because they just exist. Mira, do you not have primed Archon? Do you not have primed flow? I've noticed this with a lot of your builds. You're using Archon flow on a lot of them. I just kind of noticed this. Why are you using Archon flow? Yeah, you do? Okay. I mean, it's not like it really matters, because you don't need the mod capacity here. And it's only 1 mod capacity, so it's not like it really matters here. A Nutty Electron Ribbon, do you have permission to share? Yeah, send it in-game. My in-game name's the same as my, stream name. Oberon used to be able to stay downed indefinitely, making him able to keep doing damage from beyond death. Yeah, but that was before and is not now. What's wrong with Archon Flow? Nothing. Yeah, nothing wrong. Yeah. See, the problem is unlike Archon Stretch, where it says abilities that deal electric damage, this is abilities that have to be killed by cold damage. Enemies have to be killed by cold abilities, right? So that's the big problem with Archon Flow. If Archon Flow operated like Archon Stretch, it would be much better. But the problem is that it needs to be, the people actually need to be dying to cold abilities for it to do its thing. That's kind of the problem here. This doesn't just need to be dealing electrical damage. The cold ability actually has to be doing the kill with Archon Flow, which makes it very not that great. Yeah, and it's just there, right? Again, it's like, as Miro said, it's a flex. Oh, that's cute. I love that. That's adorable. Oh, they either need to remove the cooldown or remove the on-kill part. Yeah, actually, I think they need to remove both. Yeah. Both Archon Flow and Archon Stretch do nothing in your loadout? Yeah, I noticed. That's why I asked. We looked at your Uriel. Ooh. Yeah, the purple does look really good on here, too. The purple does look really, really good. If you have a companion, build to stack it off or you're self-damage somehow. Yeah, but it's more of one of those things of like, it's an unreliable buff, right? Damage Grenadier, damage, magazine capacity, minus zoom. I mean, not bad. I would probably keep, I mean, would I keep rolling this? Yeah, I probably would. Because the damage Grenadier, you know, I'm never a big fan of faction mods, but that's a me thing. The magazine capacity doesn't really matter at the end of the day. The damage is nice. The minus zoom is a perfectly fine negative, but I would probably keep rolling this. I would certainly keep rolling this. Exalted weapons dealing the correct damage to activate Archon Flow Stretch, yes. But the problem is most exalted weapons are also channel abilities, so Archon Stretch doesn't really do anything. Most. Dante's isn't. Hildren's doesn't matter because you don't have energy. Cyto 9 is an energy per shot. You don't have a Latron Incarnate yet. Okay, that's no problem. But either way, I would still probably say keep rolling this. But you know, if you like if you're someone who likes faction mods, then like this is perfectly fine. The magazine capacity doesn't really matter one way or another. Right? Extra magazine capacity is just extra magazine capacity. It's not bad. Minus zoom is a perfectly harmless negative. Like, it's certainly a usable Riven, but I would say, like, especially once you get the Incarnate, this is definitely a Riven you want to keep rolling. Wait. You can focus her forth with Precision, Blind Rage, Humble, Intensify? Yeah, but I would recommend not running Precision Intensify because you want that extra power strength into her Warcry and into whatever helmet you're working with. Right? Because Warcry is just so incredibly strong for attack speed and armor. So if you have Precision Intensify, you're not getting this bonus attack speed. Or bonus armor. Precision Intensify is like one of those mods that there's very few cases where I personally want to use it. Because I would rather just have power strength spread across the abilities. And in the case of Valkyr, Paralysis, Warcry, whatever helmet you're using, you know, it's nice to have that strength across the board, to me. Hotshot much more reliable than Champion's Blessing. Yeah, Champion's Blessing is just a little bit weird thing sometimes. Like, it's good if you can get it up, but like, you know, the doctor needs to administer a lot of ED meds for that, you know? It's a little bit hard to get up. And on that bombshell. Why do I have normal Valkyr? Just because that's a crater. If someone's asking for a beginner build, then I got an Ash here with beginner build. I got an Atlas here with a beginner build, you know? Notice how they don't have any formulas on them either? So that I can show people beginner builds. Right? That's the idea. Can we get more beginner builds? Yeah, they're all in the works. They're all in the works eventually. Eventually. All right, I'm calling it here. I must go find food. I must go be a degen with Rufus. Rufus, the third of Roos. But before we go, thank you Oni for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you Techno for the 10 months tier 1. Thank you Blue for the gifted sub to Mustard. Thank you Tal for the gifted sub to Dujolly. Thank you to who assaulted me with sound alerts today. Who assaulted me with sound alerts? Blue, Rue, Brainy, and that's it for today. All right. Yeah. All right, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. I don't know if we'll be on. Yeah, we'll be on Warframe tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be on Warframe tomorrow. So we'll be back tomorrow. Usual time, 1 p.m. Eastern until about 6 p.m. Eastern. Matej, welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. And let's go find someone to drop you all off with, shall we? Let's find someone to drop you off with. We're gonna drop you off with this feller. This nice peep. This beautiful soul. We're gonna go drop you off with this beautiful person. We love this person. All right. Go say hi to Barty, everybody. If you got an emote, if you got a sub, there's some emotes to throw at Barty. We will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. as per usual. And keep an eye on the channel. We'll be, doing more videos, doing more shorts as always. So take care, everyone. Be safe, be good to each other. Have yourselves a wonderful night, and we shall see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody. See you.